See, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But this is a guy that never started a game at Georgia.
That's right. So I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what to expect out of him.
But doesn't that become the problem with the portal? Is how do you keep depth? Because it seems like everybody who hits the portal is going to be trying to go be starters somewhere else. So if all your backup linebackers leave, like Alabama had to go to Arkansas and USC, where they're starters, and in Drew Sanders' case at Arkansas, a first-round draft pick, when he would have struggled to get on the field in Tuscaloosa, then how do you keep depth? Like at quarterback. I mean, Ole Miss has a lot of good quarterbacks right now. Alabama looks like they have a lot of potential at quarterback. But as soon as you see your number 3 on the list, you Walker Howard this thing and you leave.
Well, that's when you go, again, Group 5.
And bring those guys up, but are they going to come to your school to be the backup?
I mean, I don't know. Would you rather be?
I don't know. That's a great question. I think I want as much playing time as I can get. I can get to the NFL out of the Group 5.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be hard to get to the NFL sitting on the bench.
That's right. Unless you're Matt Corral, chances are good. Your better chance of making it to the NFL is by actually playing games.
That's right. I mean, I'm not going to get there sitting on the bench in all likelihood, but playing games, maybe I do.
And Kevin's right over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room that Jamison Williams, I mean, there were no stats.
He barely played.
I think he had 8 grabs the year before he came to Bama.
Yeah. So maybe, but this guy has stats. He played in 14 games. But he was depth at linebacker for Georgia. But we'll see. He's 4 years at Georgia, but he still could have 2 years because 1 year he didn't play 4 games because of an injury. Could get a red shirt for that, and then you have the COVID year. So he could be 2 years in Tuscaloosa. We'll see what he brings to the table down there. Our Cow and Equipment poll question, what's your favorite part of the hibachi experience? Shrimp toss into your mouth, onion, volcano, ginger salad dressing, or other? What do you think won it?
Ginger.
Ginger salad dressing.
34% of you say ginger salad dressing. 32% say the onion volcano.
I do like it.
The shrimp toss is at 18%. 15% say other. What are some others? You said a train?
Well, sometimes they turn the volcano into the train, and they take the little spatula and go ding, 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 and move it.
Sake bomb.
I like it when they spin the egg and they throw it up and he holds his little spatula.
That.
It cracks
that
over
one.
it.
Yeah. All right. That's the show today, and that's the week. Cheers to everybody. Thanks for being with us. We're back with you Monday, 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll have the AFC, NFC championships locked. We'll find out if Alabama and Auburn continue their winning streaks in basketball and a lot more. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
2 hours from right now, Brown's going to say, Dunaway, I've got the new AP poll. And it'll either have Purdue number 1 or Alabama number 1. We'll talk basketball in a second, but there is a chance we live in the state with the nation's number 1 college basketball team again. It's happened most recently with Auburn. We'll see if Alabama can get there.
They'll be getting votes for, if I read this right, the first time since 2002, they'll be getting first place votes today.
So we'll jump into that. But it was a massive weekend. Doubleheader Saturday, doubleheader Sunday. And we'll jump into the NFL. But first, welcome back Rockstar from tour. I was just telling him, did you see all the love you got on Twitter from our viewers and listeners? He's like, no, I didn't. I'm still struggling on figuring out Twitter.
I don't understand. I was telling Scott, I don't understand Twitter. I don't know how to read it. I don't know how to check it. But that's awesome that people support it.
No, people, we got a lot of feedback. A lot of people were at the shows. Yeah, how'd they go?
4 shows, 3 sellouts.
Was it all Fleetwood Mac?
Yes, all Fleetwood Mac. We did a show in Chattanooga at the new Memorial Stadium. It's a bigger venue, and it was over, I think, 3,100 people.
Wow.
Sellout on Saturday, which is
phenomenal.
And then 2 sold out shows in Huntsville Saturday. So we had a doubleheader. We had a 5 o'clock and a 9 o'clock show.
Oh, how'd that go for you?
Went great.
Yeah.
A little tired.
Where did y'all do Huntsville?
Von Braun Center.
Oh, really?
So Huntsville is a little bit of a getting it going right now. They said that night there was a hockey game.
Uh-huh.
There was Tommy Emmanuel was playing in Mars. He's an amazing
guitarist.
My
father-in-law went. My in-laws went to see him last night in Birmingham.
Playing, his bus was next to ours. We didn't get to see him, unfortunately. And then there was like some wrestling thing going on there. Huntsville Saturday night was packed with stuff.
I think it's officially the biggest city population-wise in Alabama now.
Yeah, and city limits. Obviously, Birmingham Metro is still bigger, but yeah, just as far as city limits go. Yeah.
I've never been to Von Braun.
It's a great venue. Cassio Kid was there. I got a text from him saying that
he was at the show.
I think he was at the late show.
Oh, that's cool.
And if
I'd seen Cassio forever.
If I'd have done a better job, I would have written down all the viewers of the next round who went to see you too. But go check the timeline out. A number of people going to see Rockstar on tour there. And when do you leave for the extended out west part of this tour?
February 13th. Valentine's Day is our first show in, I think, New Orleans.
Yeah, so he'll be leaving pretty soon, but knocking out Mobile and a couple of Huntsville, Chattanooga's here before he gets out of here. So if you get a chance, wherever you're listening or watching us in America, to see Rockstar on tour, some of the commercial breaks, we end up putting the dates up for you. You can just pay attention during the breaks today if you're watching us on our video platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch, and you'll see where Rockstar is going next on his America tour. As he, everyone is saying, are you playing Lindsey Buckingham?
I'm not. We don't do tributes. It's not like I'm not dressing like him. Jess is not dressing like Stevie Nicks. But yes, I am the Lindsey Buckingham singer, rhythm guitar player.
Well, my friend that I went to high school with, he took his wife to see you in Mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mobile.
He asked me the night before, should I sell the tickets? He
texted me and said, he said, I was completely unaware Rockstar runs point on this whole thing.
Yeah,
so it's
not the funnest part, but yeah, I have to be the one that talks to everybody.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, I didn't know Rockstar was the point guard for the whole thing. Yeah.
It's interesting.
So glad to have Rockstar back, but of course Tyler, his wingman, right there with him to make sure Rockstar remembers how to do all of his paying gig here. So it's a lot of.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. I knew it was coming.
Boom! First segment too.
Lunsford and Forrester are here as well. Taylor Corn's on social media. You know all of us out here. The NFL yesterday and on Saturday, just really entertaining. But yesterday was the day. Yesterday was the marquee day, and I know everybody in America wants to talk Cowboys, so we'll get to that. But let's start Cincinnati and Buffalo. The Bengals, who you tabbed a long time ago, you thought is maybe the best team in the AFC, and you thought the 49ers were the best team in the NFC. Let me do this first. Do you feel like the 4 best teams are still here? Because I do. I feel like these are the 4 best teams in the NFL, and they're the last 4 teams standing. I feel like these are the 4 best teams.
Yeah. I mean, I've got no problem with that. I mean, Buffalo just seemed broken down the stretch. I mean, going back to the win over Miami where they're up 17-0, and couldn't take care of the ball, and then the offense, a season-low 10 points yesterday. So I've got no problem with that.
Yeah. I mean, Miami could have beaten them twice and Buffalo once with a 13 quarterback. So it's hard to say, because that's the one you would argue about is Buffalo. But watching what Cincinnati did to them in their own place, in their elements, in their environment yesterday.
And that's it, Brown. Maggie's like, oh, that's pretty. It is pretty. If you're a Buffalo fan, it is exactly what you want, right? This is home field advantage right. Buffalo, and Cincinnati went in with 3 different starters on the offensive line and controlled them in the trenches.
Well, and I'm kicking myself because I gave out Buffalo minus the 4.5 yesterday, and I've been saying really since November that Cincinnati was going to win a Super Bowl, and we were going to see Cincinnati and San Francisco. I played Dallas as well yesterday like a dummy. A couple of things got to me. On Buffalo, you're right. The weather, the fact that Cincinnati wasn't whole, and DeMar Hamlin being there.
Everything added up to a Buffalo win.
Check.
Yep.
Right,
and the public was all over the dog yesterday. They were all over the Bengals. So I was like, I should have stayed away from the game. Ended up playing Buffalo, and Cincinnati just completely dominated.
I mean, Maggie talked about how beautiful it was. Those long-distance aerial shots they were showing,
it looked like a blizzard.
It looked like they were freaking playing in Siberia. Yeah. Like it's dark. There's no city lights around it. The stadium's just out in the middle of nowhere, and it's nothing but snow. And I'm like, my gosh, that looks miserable. How do people choose to live with it?
Look the way Buffalo looks to me.
I know.
Yeah.
I've also said, multiple times that I believe Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL.
He is.
He looks it.
He is.
And so Josh Allen, let's stop talking about Josh Allen until he does something.
Yeah.
I agree completely.
I agree with you. Now, I will go back that he has a UCL injury that I think has changed everything about him the rest of this year. But you're right. He's not one of the 2 best quarterbacks in the AFC right now.
If you saw the story today, Josh Allen underwent successful surgery, you'd be like, I saw that. Yeah.
He had a procedure on his UCL.
That's right, yeah.
I expect it to happen at some point.
So Joe Burrow now 5-1 in NFL postseason games. If you go back to college, he's 8-1 in postseason games.
And only one of those wins is at home, right? They've only had one playoff game at home?
Last year against Oakland, I think that's right. No, last week against the Ravens.
Last week against the Ravens, so he's had 2 at home.
Yeah.
I respect the heck out of the way Cincinnati gets a chip on their shoulder and then plays that way.
That's right. They're Georgia of the NFL. I don't know who's doing it.
Yeah.
But Kirby Smart creates that diatribe, and they go with it, and now they do it in Cincinnati as well.
But the NFL did give them some fuel for that fire. The whole coin toss thing.
Yep.
The whole fact that they were already selling tickets to the neutral site game in Atlanta.
50,000 tickets.
That's right, before this game was even played. And I'll give Cincinnati credit. They didn't sit around and bitch and whine and complain and bellyache about it. They're like, we're going to use that for motivation. And, man, Joe Burrow's just cut different than other people. I don't know, man. That guy it's like Joe Burrow has lived. I don't know how, because he's a Heisman Trophy winner. He's one of the best quarterbacks the SEC has ever seen in a single season, or college football's ever seen in a single season. He's played in a Super Bowl already. He's on his way to perhaps another Super Bowl. But it's like this guy it's like he's a constant underdog somehow. I can't figure it out. We're sitting here talking about him maybe being the best quarterback in the NFL, but it's almost like he's always playing the underdog.
Tracy Wilson afterwards, Joe, do you have anything to say to the NFL about that neutral site game? Better send those refunds.
I love that. I love that. Lance, like they didn't just sit around and, why are they doing that? They were like, we'll go out and we'll freaking screw them.
Look, I think this is going to be a great matchup next weekend in Kansas City, and I know a lot of this is going to hinge on how healthy Patrick Mahomes is. I kind of wanted to see the neutral site game because it's so unique.
Yeah, but I have it as a bigger topic later. There's a sense of me that thinks Joe Burrow in Cincinnati saved the NFL from going to these neutral site games.
Yeah. I hope so.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, I respect them that whole coin toss thing, while they complained about it, they did something about it. And that whole neutral site ticket thing, while they were like, that's an insult to us, you don't just sit around and cry about it. You go do something about it. I mean, they dominated Buffalo. That wasn't a fluke win.
Landmine believer. And how many times when we were discussing over that summer did I bring up that play? Burrow went from extremely mediocre to unreal. That UCF player that laid him out changed him. It connected something in his synapse, and he has become great from that moment on.
Well, it is true.
The rest of that game, and then the whole next year, and since he's been in Cincinnati, since that guy rearranged his brain a little bit, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, and it is amazing that it took people this long to realize how good this Cincinnati team is.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's another great point, LT. The coach gets no love.
Zach Taylor gets no love.
I mean, he's been actually criticized. Yeah. Like his own fans were getting on him some early this season when Cincinnati got off to that slow start.
Well, I didn't think they were going to be a factor this year.
I really did not either, especially early on.
Yeah, and then after watching them for a little bit, I'll never forget when we were at Floribama for the Army-Navy. I was talking to some Cleveland Browns fans, and they had Cleveland that weekend, and I was like, Cincinnati's going to win the Super Bowl. And the guy was like, you're not watching football.
You don't know what you're talking about, sir. They have another bushwhacker.
And I don't know who you guys would favor at this point. I mean, the Eagles look great on Saturday night. San Francisco's won 13 in a row.
I'm done doubting Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City at home with Mahomes.
Yeah, but is Mahomes healthy? He wasn't at the end of that game.
I think he played that up, though.
I've got one stat.
I do.
You think he played that up?
Yeah, the injury, when Arden Key landed on him, it looked really bad. I think he played it up, like throwing the touchdown and falling down. And,
no, you don't play that up. You don't play that up. You don't play up Chad Henne coming in.
They went to Chad Henne for a full quarter.
I think he played it up.
Well, he might have played it up afterwards.
That's
but,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, he legitimately
This was not Walt Frazier coming out in Madison Square Garden in the 1973 finals.
But he
wasn't.
But he was legitimately pissed about having to go to the locker room after the injury. I mean, you saw that.
I did. And I think he was legitimately pissed that he was going to have to come out of the game. But I'm just saying, I think once he was in the game, I think he played it up.
Old guy correction, Willis Reed.
Willis Reed, yeah. Willis Reed. It wasn't the Michael Jordan flu game. It wasn't any of that.
So, like, when he's going back to hand off and he's hopping on one foot, you think that was just a little theater?
When he ran for the first down, it was obvious.
I had to keep myself from Twitter. I was having a couple of beers. I'm like, I'm not going to throw something out there. And how I can work Twitter and Rocky can is pretty amazing.
That is so true.
Hey, it may not work it. I don't know how to read it.
Hey, it may not matter. Joe Cool is. Do y'all like that nickname, Joe Cool?
Not really. It's so old, Snoopy.
Joe Burrow is 3-0 against Mahomes anyway.
I know.
Anyway,
well,
it may not matter.
The number's only 1.5, and I know everybody's waiting to see how healthy Mahomes is going to be. It's a high ankle sprain. It's not going to be much better.
No. Those are bad. Yeah.
Romo said it was probably worse on Sunday than it was on Saturday during the game.
Hey, and by the way, Josh Allen, who is still fully mobile, regardless of his UCL took a beating from that Bengals defense yesterday. Yep. So if you've got an immobile Patrick Mahomes, I mean, that is a massive problem.
Hey, but if you want a beating, have 49ers defense is unbelievable. It's the fastest thing I've seen on turf on the defensive side of the football since the 80s Bears, the 85 Bears.
Is it faster than John Lynch's elevator?
No.
That was the weirdest thing.
I was hoping, and I'm torn because I don't like Cowboys or 49ers, and obviously I had the Cowboys, but I thought it was going to be laughable with Lynch down there slapping high fives if they somehow scored at the end.
Well, I mean, one play, they show him in the booth, and he's like,
he's up there for the review.
Yeah. And the very next play, he's walking on the sidelines. So I don't even know how you possibly do that.
I tweeted that. Laura Britt, who watches our show out in San Francisco, NBC, San Francisco, the Bay Area, was at the game, and she says he's got really good security teams in an elevator. They've got a private elevator from the owner's box down. And I said, I still don't think that. I mean, he's up there saying, challenge, it's incomplete on the review. And then the very next play,
he's slapping five
he's on the field at the end. And I'm like,
how did that happen?
I mean, that is Batman, one of his little things he throws off his belt and slides down.
It is the best defense in football.
It's so fast.
I will tell you, that game yesterday, the hitting, that's one of the hardest hitting games I have seen in forever.
That's right.
On both sides.
I'm watching it over the air, so I'm getting it in the best high definition I could. Maggie, bless her heart, is doing work downstairs, so she's got her noise canceling headphones on. The dogs have no bark collars on, and I had that thing turned up to 36 on the volume. It was rattling windows. I had it
36. Man, I have mine up 59.
Yeah, what's the highest yours will go?
Oh, it'll go into the 70s and 80s, but it's loud. It's loud. I'm in an echo chamber, and it is loud. And I had it turned up. Maggie made fun of me because I went down and because she's just unable to do anything for me right now because she's working so hard. So I go down and we've got apparently a charcuterie board, like a wooden one that I didn't know. So I just got one of those chopping boards up and I started chopping up apples and grapes and got a little hummus.
The things you sent out yesterday, I told the roommate, I was like, Dunaway's Instagram's been hacked. And then I was like, you know what? No, that's done away.
Yeah.
He sent out Perfect Sunday, and he's got TV in the back, a glass of red wine, and a labeled candle.
Yeah,
I did see the candle.
Shout
Jim.
out to Canoe Creek here in Alabama, support by local.
I mean, I did think that was a little weird. I mean, I know it's you, but I thought it was strange, the candle.
You don't like candle? You don't, does poll question, Taylor?
I love candles, but I'm not going to tweet out about my candles.
Do men not like candles on a cold, wintry Sunday afternoon when they're watching football?
I mean, Jim, just listen to that sentence. Does Rockstar need to play it back for you?
But it was like a scented candle, so it's like you just have one candle. It's not like candles.
Were you wearing Maggie's lingerie, or were you wearing footy pajamas when you sent that out?
I did have my pajamas on. I got to sleep in on Sunday. I made it till 10:22 on Sunday and was at church by 11.
Wow, that is impressive.
Try to get you out Saturday night.
But 10:22, I was up a little late.
You say I don't invite you to dinner Friday, and I try to get you out Saturday, and you don't. I mean,
Yeah.
you're a FOMO guy that if you get invited, you won't come. If you don't, you get pissed.
That's it. You nailed it. Brown used this back in the 90s.
So really, the easiest thing is just to invite you because we know we're not going to have to see you.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you want to be in perfect shape for 2023, that beach season is coming soon. That lake season's coming soon. Maybe you want to get a little more rotation in your golf swing. You can do that by losing some weight right now with our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you. Not a cookie-cutter plan. This isn't the same for everybody. You can go in and say, hey, I want what Dunaway uses to keep the weight off. He can eat whatever he wants. Seems like he only stays at the exact same weight. You can do that with our friends at Way to Wellness. You just go to this website, aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, no out-of-pocket money. Your first consultation's free. The website's aplanforme.com. Go check it out. It'll make you feel better. Help your cholesterol and blood pressure numbers as well. Aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. So San Francisco wins 19-12. We'll talk more about the Cowboys later on.
We got to discuss that last play,
But
too.
that last, before the last play, the last drive, the one that was going to be Dak Prescott's calling card just before the 2-minute warning.
2 incompletions and a sack.
Yeah, it should be an interception, a bad pass on an open receiver, and a sack. That was horrible.
Yeah.
It really was. And then the clock management. So he gets sacked at 2:44 left on the clock. You've got all 3 timeouts, and you don't punt the football till 2:15.
Yeah.
And you waste so much time. And I don't know if you take the timeout right there at 2:44 or you just get the punt team out as quick as possible to be able to use your timeouts on the front end. And, Greg Olson was pointing that out yesterday.
Because if you punt it quicker, you end up getting the ball back with 40 seconds. So, I mean, let's say you save 20 seconds there. I mean, a minute is significant. I mean, 20 seconds is significant now. They weren't doing crap on that drive, but 20 seconds would be significant there.
But if they had punted quickly, like LT and Olson was pointing out there, I mean, there's a chance you get it back at the 2-minute warning, or the punt happens at the 2-minute warning.
That's right. Yeah, you get a minute or more.
Yeah,
it was poor clock management there. I mean, just everything went wrong for them. Their defense played tremendous again, as Dan Quinn's defense has been doing.
Trevon Diggs.
Except Trevon Diggs.
Trevon Diggs yesterday drops a interception that he would never drop. The George Kittle, the miraculous, unbelievable catch everybody's talking about that really fueled them for that 91-yard drive. If you watch Diggs, it was more like he was standing there waiting for the ball maybe to tip up where he could pick it instead of making sure he goes through Kittle and breaks up the pass. He could have easily done that, and instead he olays him. Yep. I thought Diggs was really bad yesterday.
Yeah, the most amazing thing to me, though, is for what everybody thinks Dak Prescott is, Brock Purdy outplayed him in that game. And I just don't see how, at this point in Dak's career, Brock Purdy is outplaying you in an NFL divisional playoff game.
He should have had 4 picks. He had 2.
Dak? Absolutely.
And one of his picks was picked twice. It's like Fred Warner dropped it, and then it goes through his hands, and it gets deflected, and it gets picked anyway.
206, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Purdy played great, but Purdy was the better of the two quarterbacks
That's
in that game.
all Shanahan wants from Purdy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he did everything you asked him to do.
They get the run going in the second half with Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. But, Dak's been to the division round 3 times. He's 0-3.
Yeah. 65% completion for Purdy, just over 200 yards, but no turnovers.
Yeah.
So that's the key, especially when you have that
formula.
defense.
Yep.
All right, so those two games happen, and also we will get to the ones that happened on Saturday where the one seeds won. It was a little scarier for the Chiefs than they wanted, the injuries. We'll talk NFL throughout the show. We'll do best and worst of the weekend coming up as well. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Before we get a little basketball in here in this opening segment, Michelson Laser Vision, perfect place for you to change your life in 2023.
Yeah, truly. Dr. Mort Michelson changed mine 20 years ago when I went in. I had the 2200 vision. I was wearing the contacts. I was legally blind without the aid of the contacts. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision better than 2020. If you're wearing contacts or glasses, at least go for the consultation. Find out if LASIK is right for you in 2023. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, Forrester, give me Jeff Goodman. He is one of the most respected basketball voices in college athletic. He has his rankings now. Jeff Goodman's top 25. He puts it out from the field of 68. There they are right there. He has Alabama. He now agrees with Charles Barkley in our show. He has Alabama number 1, Purdue 2, Virginia 3, Kansas State all the way up to 4. Kansas is 5. You see the rest there. Houston and Kansas. First time in history that the number 1 and number 2 teams lost at home on back-to-back days in AP poll history in college basketball. It happened Saturday to Kansas, Sunday to Houston. Bad home loss for Houston to Temple, who's 12-9.
Yeah, look, they were a 19-point favorite, and you don't lose outright games as a 19-point favorite. They just couldn't make a shot. They missed 10 free throws yesterday. Houston was just really off yesterday. Going back Saturday, sad admission, I had Kansas minus the points against TCU.
At least it was over quick.
Jamie Dixon's got that team dialed in right now, and that was what you would call a shit kicking.
Yes, they got destroyed.
And Alabama did that to Missouri on as well on the road. So we'll jump into all the basketball, including Auburn winning again. Auburn set history as well from J.G. Tate. First time since 1967 that Auburn had won 2 back-to-back SEC road games by double digits. That's 1967, guys.
You know, and watching Auburn Saturday night, they seem to have it kind of dialed in right now.
They've got their identity. Yeah. So let's jump into basketball knee-deep as part of best and worst of the weekend. Coming up, our friends at MyBookie get you ready for the NFL Championship weekend. 2 games coming up on Sunday. Those lines are out. I have not seen them.
Okay, I have.
Okay, so you said 1.5 Chiefs?
Yeah, Chiefs are 1.5 right now, and Philadelphia is 2.
And Philadelphia is 2 right now going into it. MyBookie gets you in the games.
They do. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. The MyBookie lines, Eagles minus the 2.5, a total of 45.5 against the 49ers. Chiefs laying a 1.5, total of 47.5 against the Bengals in the AFC Championship game. You can get down on those games, college basketball, NBA, UFC, also weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there at MyBookie.ag. Now, what sets MyBookie.ag apart? It's very simple. Any deposit of $50 or more with code NEXTROUND, they're going to give you a deposit bonus. You're like, nah, that doesn't sound apart. A lot of people do that. Yeah, a lot of people do that. But you know what they also do? They make you bet at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, even up to 10 times before it belongs to you. Not MyBookie.ag. It is yours right away. You bet at one time, you own it forever at MyBookie.ag. That's a deposit bonus on any deposit of $50 or more when you use code NEXTROUND. That is code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
World of Wills is coming to town. Brownie's about to tell you about them, and then we'll get into the world of basketball as well. But I always look forward to these events because it always tells me spring and summer's coming too. A lot of good times in the city, and it starts with the World of Wills.
The 56th annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills, which is going to be at the BJCC Convention Complex February 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Thompson Square will be there performing and meeting fans at this year's show. Friday night at 6, they'll do a 30-minute performance followed by an autograph session. Joe and Amanda Martin from Iron Resurrection on Saturday, and JJ Jimmy Walker, Dynamite from Good Times, going to be there as well on Sunday. You can get your autograph and photo with JJ. Discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores, and you can get more info at worldofwills.net. That is worldofwills.net.
Rockstar, let's run through some basketball sound here. Let's start number 4 with Missouri head coach Dennis Gates, who had said before he played Alabama that he thought the Crimson Tide was the best team in the country after playing Alabama, in which Alabama dominated on the road and really controlled the game 85-64 to go 7-0 in the SEC. What does Coach Gates say after the contest?
Number 1 team in the country, Alabama. I said it all along. They have the length, they have the athleticism, they have the shooting ability, which I thought we stifled in the first half because they rely on it, but also they do a great job getting to the free throw line. To win games, you got to be able to shoot 30-plus free throws a game, and they did it. And you know, whether they drew the foul, whatever it was that got them to the foul line, I thought they did a great job executing, and that's what a number 1 team in the country. I am proud of our conference to have a team of such because it gives us all a barometer to be able to continue to grow, throughout the season.
Very complimentary.
I know nothing about that guy, but he's likable.
Yeah,
man. I like him.
Yeah, I like him a lot, especially if he tells you what you want to hear, right? But in all fairness to him, they didn't have Kobe Brown, so that was their best player.
Their leading scorer was out, and that was a Gates decision. He said, look, probably could have played, but I'm not risking long-term health of Kobe to put him in there. So that was kind of a break for Alabama. I don't think it mattered. I mean, the Tigers, you're talking about shooting, they were 3 of 28 behind the arc. I mean, they were They were bad. After that game was tied 23-all, it was nothing but Alabama. Clowney might have played his best game.
Yeah, and that says a lot because I like that kid a lot. 17 and 14, 17 points, 14 rebounds. The kid can do it all.
And I've said that Mark Sears is the glue that holds this team together. I mean, Sears is just a little tornado out there. He has 17, 8 rebounds, and 3 steals, and then obviously Brandon Miller's Brandon Miller.
Yeah, but he only has 15. I was getting ready to play golf on Saturday, and a couple of Auburn fans, they were like, I feel like they just rely on Brandon Miller too much. And I said, I just agree when in this setting, but I hate to disagree with you on this. They are so much more than Brandon Miller.
They've won games where Brandon Miller didn't score for a half, for the first half of the game. Listen, I'll own this. I thought this was going to be a tough spot for Alabama. They do not play well in Columbia. I said it would not shock me if Alabama lost this game, and they won by 21. And again, Kobe Brown maybe makes a difference. I don't think Kobe Brown erases 21 points. So that is another impressive road win by Alabama. Their margin of victory in conference is insane right now.
I think that's when you start to look at who number one is going to be when it's released here in a little bit. As good as Purdue is, 5 of their 9 wins in the Big Ten have been by 3 or less, including yesterday. They were lucky to survive yesterday. And you look at Alabama, 7-0 now in conference play, and they are completely dominating. Yeah. So I think there will be some voters that are going to flip to Alabama, and I think it's going to be really tight who's won it.
Most of the people that vote in these things, I think, and they're probably right about this, that the Big Ten is better than the SEC.
And top to bottom, probably.
Top to bottom, I think they're probably right about that. But the way Alabama is dominating teams they play now, they haven't played the best of the SEC yet. They will. They haven't played Tennessee. They haven't played Auburn. They haven't played Texas A&M, who I guess is good. But I mean, they're destroying teams. I mean, you don't do this in major conference play. I mean, this is like what Gonzaga used to do in the old West Coast Conference before anybody else got good out there.
That's right. but we start to talk about top to bottom. We know Alabama's good. Auburn is starting to come on.
Yep.
Tennessee is good. We know that. Kentucky is starting to play good basketball right now.
They're playing better. And you know what? I got to look at the number, Lance, because I find this a lot of people were talking about how John Calipari woke up finally and realized that he is playing basketball in 2023 because they shot 32 three-pointers. 32. If you know anything about the way Cal plays, they can go 3 games and not shoot 32 three-pointers. And they shot 32. So it's almost he's playing Severe Wheeler less, and a lot of the people that cover Kentucky are like, that's his formula right now, is you get less play for Wheeler, Wallace and Frederick more, and he shoot more threes.
Yeah, and the problem with the SEC, though, as those teams are going up, Arkansas hasn't been nearly as good as we thought they would be. Mississippi State and LSU are both bottom has come out.
Yeah, absolutely. But for this Alabama team, mentally they are tough. Rockstar cut number 1, Nate Oats, after this to go on the road where, as Brown said, a lot of people thought this was going to be a pothole for Alabama on this run right here, to go out there and get this win and continue this run of quality road wins. Here's Nate Oats.
Yeah, really proud. A lot of mentally tough guys that are able to focus on what they need to focus on, and still have compassion for the whole situation, to be honest with you. So I think our guys are, even before the game, we kind of gathered together. Noah Gurley leads the team in a prayer. Prayed for the people involved in the situation and prayed for us to, be able to focus. And I thought they did a good job. So I think our leadership's good. Noah Gurley has been great. Quinterly's been good for us this year in that way. Got guys like Brandon and Sears and all of them. Go down the list. Jaden Bradley was really locked in. I think guys are able to kind of control what you can control, focus on what you can focus on, and they've been focusing on what they need to.
That's an interesting jacket.
That's an honor to Wimp, I guess.
That's not even I don't even know what that is. You guys remember the 3D prints like back in the 90s?
Magic Eye.
So you're telling me if I stare at his coat long enough, I'll see a dolphin jumping out of the water?
Absolutely, you will.
Right.
Yeah, or tiger leaping right at me.
Did you ever stand in front of those and you were like adjusting your eye?
Oh, yeah. It's like you've got to get one eye in front of the other.
I know. I never could quite figure it out. But then once you see it, you can't.
You got to get one eye in front of the
other.
other.
Lance is right. Like there's some sort of weird focus you have to have on those
with
things.
the depth. Yeah. With the depth perception on there, and you almost get nauseous in the middle of doing it.
I bet you were hell at those things until Michelson laser vision. I bet you could see it all pretty easy.
I could.
It's all one.
But what's weird
blob.
is once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it.
Couldn't unsee it.
Then everything you look at.
I have never seen a print like that, though.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, he does. He wears a lot of plaid, though, to honor Wimp. He's done that since he's got there, and he sticks with the sports code. He hasn't gone very casual like a lot of coaches have. But for Nate Oats, find me someone in your life, young lady and young men, who's looking for the perfect mate in your life. Find someone that loves you like Nate Oats loves water.
He likes him a bottle of water.
He loves him.
Yeah.
That guy.
It's his whoopee.
I was going to ask him last time he was on how much water he drinks per day.
And he was drinking it with us. He had that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of people shoot for 100 ounces or whatever your weight is, half your weight.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that guy, and you can drink yourself to death on water.
Maybe he only drinks when he's on camera. Maybe he's a casual water drinker, only on camera.
I don't know. I drink a lot of water during the day, but nothing like him.
And he always looks like it's the best water ever. He drinks it, and it's like he doesn't sip it. He doesn't unless he talks about the new arena. He takes a quick sip then. But then usually he gulps it, man. He drinks big, deep drinks.
Now, I know he doesn't drink alcohol, but wonder if we found out that was really vodka. If you had a guy that had nothing but a water bottle just full of vodka nonstop, of course, he'd be piss hammered the way he drinks it.
I think we would know.
Yeah.
I think we called that SEC football coaches in the 70s and 80s, right? We have a little bit of that back in the day.
I think we had plenty of that back
then. Hey, real quick, Namari Burnett did play. You know, we talked about on Friday's show that he's going to be able to come back. He only got 6 minutes, didn't contribute a ton, but boy, getting him back is going to be interesting too.
That helps your defense too and gets that coming back. For Alabama this week, they play at home Wednesday to Mississippi State, and then Saturday in the SEC Big 12 shootout, they're on the road at Oklahoma. We'll talk about Auburn in just a second as they continue to prove to be one game back of Alabama in that SEC run. After I tell you about our friends at Wayne's right now who are celebrating their 50th year of business here in 2023. And they want to say thank you to all their customers and clients out there, the loyal customers and communities that have been part of the Wayne's story for 50 years, that family-operated company there that has grown from one small town now to a southeastern power company. It is Wayne's, and they've never forgotten their roots, and that's why they're giving you $50 off pest, termite, lawn, and mosquito services right now. $50 off each of those, and you can stack that as well. Like if you take the pest and the termite, that goes from $50 off to $100 off. You do pest, termite, and lawn, it goes from $50 off to $150 off. The offer is good for existing customers as well as they add new services. They are also stackable, as I said there, but the offer ends February the 28th. February 28th. To get these great discounts, you got to use our promo code, though. Promo code TNR. TNR. And this is existing customers as well. So if you right now are a customer at Wayne's, a great chance to save a little money by using the promo code TNR. TNR with our friends right there at Wayne's. For Auburn, another win over the weekend. They get Texas A&M and on the road at West Virginia this week, so maybe a little bit more of a challenging schedule after what they faced this past weekend. Listen, I don't think South Carolina is good, but Auburn goes up there and they go wire to wire again. I don't care who you are. They haven't trailed in back-to-back games now. They were wire to wire both road games this week.
Yeah, I mean, you beat LSU by 18. You go up to Columbia. You win that game by 15. I know South Carolina had that mini run in the second half, but that game was never close. Broome was fantastic, by the way.
27-11 out of him. I do think Broome is Auburn's best player. We talk so much about how Wendell Green plays perhaps is the way Auburn's going to go, and he was second in scoring. Second leading scorer was 16. But Broome is Auburn's best player, and when he plays that way, 27-11, that is going to be a tough team to beat.
Yep.
I don't know how you beat them when Broome is doing that and Green's doing what he's doing.
Let's hear from Johni Broome. Rockstar cut number 6 here. Wendell Green has been the engine, but when they need to hammer, Johni Broome has been that for them. He rolls out there this week and maybe has his best game, 27 points, 11 rebounds. Here's Johni Broome sitting next to Bruce Pearl.
Coming into the game, we knew that a lot of play was going to work for the short rolls and the late at the rim. So as we did, you saw Wynn have 13, 12 assists. He was doing a great job passing the ball and looking guys off, making the right play. It boosted the whole team confidence. He had 12 assists. Wynn is a special point guard. Everybody knows he can score, but I think his passing is a little bit underrated, and he proved it tonight.
So that's Auburn in a challenging week ahead. I don't think Texas A&M is that good. We'll see. Auburn gets them down at Neville Arena, and then it's off to West Virginia, whose record will surprise you. But that's a good West Virginia team, so it's a challenging week. Yeah. A little step up in competition for Auburn.
Yeah, West Virginia's lost 6 of 7 if I'm not mistaken. So
They have.
Yeah, I mean, it's puzzling what's going on there with Bob Huggins. That is a tough place to play. I am far more interested in the Texas A&M game because Texas A&M's 5-1 conference record tells me they're a pretty good team. I don't watch them and see a pretty good team.
That's right.
Yeah, I think Auburn wins that game. I think Saturday gets a little more tricky. Although they've lost 6 of 7, it's still a team that's beaten TCU. They completely annihilated Florida.
Yeah, the Big 12 just is good top to bottom.
Oh,
right?
it is.
Yeah. No, it is. It's a very good conference.
I mean, I don't think Texas Tech has won a conference game yet, and they're still a pretty decent team.
Yeah, I
right?
still think Kansas is probably the best team. I know it's hard to look at an 0-2 week, but if you watch that Kansas State game, it came down obviously to a final shot. Kansas State, Kansas, TCU, they're all right there.
Texas too.
Texas,
Yeah.
Baylor.
Yeah, I mean, it is Iowa State. Iowa State's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good conference. I don't think there's any doubt it's a good conference. That is a team, though, West Virginia, that's taking on water in that good conference.
Now, we talk to the UAB folks every week, Andy Kennedy and Jelly Walker. Jelly's on the shelf right now. Rockstar, give me 7 and 8. Andy Kennedy here while we're on our basketball. We'll do best and worst of the weekend in just a second. Ghost Energy Drinks bringing you part of the show here from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. A tough loss to North Texas. Now, North Texas is not a bad team, but they beat UAB by 11, not a close loss. And it's the lowest point total in a game in Andy Kennedy's time at UAB. We're going to do 2 bites, 7 and 8 here. Let's start with 7. And I just want you to hear the frustration in our buddy Andy Kennedy's voice with where this team is right now.
I think it's become clear, at least I hope it's become clear, that I'm going to choose my words wisely, but I've been challenging our team that we are either one of 2 things, and I really only think there's 2 categories. We're either overrated or we're underperforming. What do you guys think it is? Underperforming. I was in that camp as well, but man, we're just not playing. At the end of the day, and we've lost 4 games by 1 possession, and then I thought our fight was pretty good. We don't guard. With Jelly, without Jelly, we don't guard. And then it's obvious we really struggle to score without Jelly. And then tonight, we shoot it at a blistering 36%, and some of those were layups at the end. Can't make a shot. I really appreciate people coming out and wanting to support this team. As a guy who's got a lot of sweat equity here, that hurts my soul. That's not good enough. It's not good enough for the standard. And I've got to figure out a way to get them better.
That's Andy Kennedy. You can hear the frustration in his voice. 5 of 6 they have now lost in Conference USA. One more cut A, Rockstar. Andy Kennedy on just this being the worst shooting team that he's ever coached.
North Texas doesn't give you a lot of clean looks. We got 11 of them. We made 3. Worst shooting team I've ever been a part of. And I see it every day. Like we used to in practice, we would keep, and we have these shooting drills. Now, in fairness, some of those are, Javion and Trey are involved in them too, and they're typically 15-footers, 17-footers, not layups, which is where they shoot the ball. But we used to keep it on the scoreboard, and our goal was to be at 50%. Well, the goal, there's nobody guarding you. So you ought to be 55 to 58% is our goal in game. So you ought to be 60% really in practice. And I've stopped putting it on the scoreboard because it's so demoralizing. We can't get to 50%. And again, whose responsibility that is? It's mine. It's mine.
I mean, I am shocked that UAB is playing like this right now. And watched a little bit of that game on Saturday, and body language is bad, and you wonder if it's the fact that they've lost 5 of 6. But this is almost like because a lot of those losses, 1-possession losses, and you wonder if this is a season low to come out and score 52. This is a team that scored 90-plus in 5 games.
That's right. They were, with all the metrics, they were one of the fastest playing, highest scoring teams in Division I basketball for a period of time in November and December. And you understand that a little bit with Jelly being out. But to me, that's when some of these guys, the Eric Gaineses of the world that have transferred in, you would think, okay, this is my opportunity to lead this team and to excel.
Well, Jelly being out shouldn't hurt your defense as much as it has. And teams just shoot too well against them. I mean, Andy's right. They just don't defend well.
Yeah, you start to wonder, though, with where UAB is. And I think we all agreed before the season started it was win conference tournament, get in.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're out anyway, no matter how good the regular season was. but you start to wonder the way they're trending. Do we see Jelly again this year?
I don't know, but that team Saturday doesn't win their conference tournament for sure. I mean, they got a long way to go before they're good enough to win their conference tournament.
Yeah, Ruffum brings it up, what we talked about Friday on our show, the Brown's interview. I guess it's Thursday on our show we talked about it. Brown's interview with Jelly, and Andy's thoughts on Jelly seem to not be in sync on that injury. So we don't know when Jelly will be back, if Jelly will be back, and they need him. They need him. They need a boost somehow, some way down the stretch here. UAB's lost 5 of 6. That's a little basketball around the table here on the next round. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. We'll jump in to our best and worst of the weekend. My worst may be coming from Dallas Cowboys social media.
Oh, no, Jimmy.
In our
Put
next
them on
segment.
blast.
That's coming up right after you tell us about Johnson RV Center.
Hey, the Coleman store right there, I-65 exit 304, has those brand new Coachman Freedom Expresses. The great deal, $192 RBS Freedom Express from Coachman. New interior design, a lot of storage space, big fridge. Yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. They've still got closeout models at both locations, not just the 304 location in Coleman, but also 334 in Decatur. And they're always online. JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Saw there in the commercial break on our video platform, Rockstar does Lexington for 2 shows in Knoxville coming up this weekend on the Black Jacket Symphony Tour.
We got a double header in Knoxville. We got a 2 for a 5 and a 9.
Wow.
So 2 shows 2 different nights in Lexington, and then a doubleheader in Knoxville.
So do y'all have a marching band every location for Tusk?
No, it's usually surprise. It's really hard to coordinate to get a local high school marching band to learn a song and stick with us all night. But we had the Brock Byrne, I think his name, but the high school from Huntsville, they did 2 shows with us Saturday.
That's fantastic.
Tusk is the worst Fleetwood Mac song there is, in my opinion. But
it's bad if there's no marching band.
Well, I thought it was interesting. The original, the OG marching band was USC.
Absolutely. Well, that's right. Yeah,
with Lindsey Buckingham put it together.
Yep.
Y'all y'all got the budget to get USC to travel with you guys.
Just that one song, and y'all hang out for like an hour and a half.
We'll send a bunch of buses to tour around with us. El Tigre, Tusk sucks.
I'm not a fan of that song.
What do you know that song's about?
It's about sex.
Sex or drugs? That's going to be my guess. Yeah.
Fleetwood Mac, kinky sex.
Well, Mick Fleetwood nicknamed something Tusk.
Yeah. So Dunaway was partially right.
Something of his. Yeah. And so they wrote a song about it.
Yeah. His nose had a very big nose.
So why not play it at every Alabama game, right?
My man Mick is a confident fella.
Have you seen the album covers? My God, look at it. The dude's like 6'8".
Hemphill brings us best and worst of the weekend. Before LT tells us about Hemphill, here's my worst of the weekend. I don't care how bad you play. Your official Twitter account should, and Brown, check this. This is official Twitter from the Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott gave away the ball twice in the narrow loss to the 49ers in a matchup the Cowboys had a chance to win if they didn't again generate self-inflicted wounds. That's your team.
As Jake said on Twitter, how about the Cowboys just casually burying Dak on their own official Twitter account?
I'd Sean Payton that team up real quick, LT.
Yeah, I think I would too. And I got something coming up in 4 downs that's a little bit of that related with Mike McCarthy. But
why did he bury Dak like that, though?
Jerry stood by it yesterday afterwards.
He did.
He said, look, we're not going to make a change. Jerry's 81 now. He looks older than 81.
Yeah, he's aging fast now.
Yeah. And this is a team that, as we saw last week against Tampa, they were talented enough to not only get to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl. And I kind of agree with Brown. Dak doesn't seem like a quarterback that's going to win you a Super Bowl. But if you've got good Dak, if you've got Dak not turning the football over, that was one of the worst sequences you'll ever see. Tony Pollard breaks his leg, and the next play in the red zone of San Fran, you get picked.
Yeah, not good, not good. We'll continue that conversation after you tell us about Hemphill and best and worst of the weekend.
Yeah, I want to remind you, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service call from our friends at Hemphill Services. Just make sure you tell them the next round sent you. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Zach says, that's one of those tweets that, I was on my wrong account there. Didn't send that from my personal burner account.
Still up this morning, so I don't know.
Riley says, Sean Payton and McCarthy have identical resumes. Why do people think Sean Payton is so great? Better play caller.
I kind of agree with Riley, though. I mean, I think Sean Payton's a good coach.
No, you know why? Because Sean Payton had Drew Brees.
Well, Sean Payton and Drew Brees went 7-9 3 consecutive seasons.
They did. But my point is, McCarthy had that with Aaron Rodgers. You give McCarthy Dak Prescott, he's no Aaron Rodgers. He's no Drew Brees.
Lucio989 says, and now you're going to pay him $50 million. That's silly.
Like, my point is, you give Sean Payton Dak Prescott, I don't know that you get that much better of a result.
Yeah, I don't know if you do or don't.
I mean, Sean Payton coached Drew Brees, who's a Hall of Famer. Mike McCarthy was a much better coach with Aaron Rodgers. You'll grant me that, right? Did you not think McCarthy with Aaron Rodgers is much better than McCarthy with Dak Prescott?
He was better.
Well, he won a Super Bowl.
He won a Super Bowl.
He underachieved, though.
But he won a Super Bowl. I mean.
But, Dallas's offense, there's not a lot of creativity there. You've only got one true weapon, and that's CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
And Dalton Schultz is a serviceable tight end, but boy, the mistakes he made on that final possession.
Yeah, going out of bounds
back. They were lazy. Both of them were lazy.
You're absolutely
plays.
Right. They were with the season on the line.
Yeah. Your chances of winning was low, but both of those were lazy plays.
Yeah, now I agree with you. You said this as we were playing Madden one time when this rule was enforced on me. It's just a dumb NFL rule that if you go out of bounds backwards, the clock doesn't stop. I don't get that. Yeah. I mean, it's a dumb rule. But the other one, he's loafing to the sidelines, man. You got to be, you're on the sidelines. You've got to have urgency about getting feet down. And getting the ball secured.
Because with that grab, and there's, 5 seconds on the clock, And I think Olsen made the point, the corners are playing so soft, you might be able to take one more shot to the sideline.
That's right. Shorten a Hail Mary rather than that stupid play they ended up running.
And then you get a Hail Mary, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, it's a 1 in 50 toss, but at least you've got an opportunity. I mean, I don't know how many laterals you guys – I think I've seen 2 work in the history of football, and that was one against
that was the Miami Miracle, Dolphins and Patriots, and then Stanford Cal, right?
Stanford Cal, and then there was one, it was Jacksonville, New Orleans.
Yeah.
Karen in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Zeke getting crushed after the final snap. Yikes.
That was unbelievable.
That final play, we said we'd talk about it a little bit more there.
What are you doing?
Okay, so they bring it out. Zeke is under center.
Right.
You've got linemen lined up outside.
Zeke getting under center. He is the
center.
He
is the center.
It's like backyard football.
Dak is in the backfield, and then everybody else is lined up, including the offensive linemen. So San Fran takes the timeout. And they start talking about this is something Mike McCarthy's been working on. And I'm like, well, damn, I can't wait to see this.
I know. There's because you got to give credit to D'Amico Ryans for telling whoever the defender was, all right, guys, Zeke Elliott is snapping this ball for a reason, right? This is not just a fun, preseason play. There's something there's a reason he's snapping the ball. So you know what they're not accounting for? Him being on his butt on the ground.
I wish
whatever the plan is, it ain't working if Zeke's laying on his back.
That was as underwhelming as the science fair volcano.
Yeah.
That wouldn't
so
work.
Bad.
But I wish somebody in the press conference would have raised their hand and said, hey, look, I know it didn't work, but what was it supposed to look like?
Can you walk us through this?
It was supposed to look like this. Oh, never mind.
And how the hell can he see out of that dark-ass
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I don't know, but that defender destroyed Zeke Elliott. And then to Dunaway's point, it's like now you're throwing it to just a guy over the middle now.
And he got
crushed, too. Like, D'Amico Ryans diagnosed that play so easily. I don't know what McCarthy had drawn up. Yeah. But D'Amico Ryans, really 2 guys just tore it apart.
Yeah, he was defenseless just simply by the scheme of the play there.
I'll tell you, how much money is D'Amico Ryans making himself?
Well, he's about to be an NFL head coach.
Well, I loved it. And, D'Amico's from here locally, and we have some mutual friends, and it just made me happy when I heard the report before the game from Rinaldi that, it was Jay Glazer that said he interviewed with the Texans and one other team, I forget who, the Broncos.
Yep.
And then he turned down the Cardinals and Colts. He says, I can't do these interviews. I got to go back to work. The other 2 took too long. I don't have time to do these other 2s. Y'all check back. I got to go back and work on this game plan. I loved that.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was 2 things. I think he's going to take this Texans job.
Well, he played there.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a love for that organization. I think he loves the town. And he also knows he's going to get a really good pick. So he's going to have a quarterback to work with.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
You think the former Alabama linebacker will take the former Alabama quarterback if he's available?
100%. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that the Denver situation's better than the Texans situation, honestly. I mean, if those are the 2 you're picking from.
Yeah,
I mean, Russell Wilson's a Hall of Famer, but you're not getting Hall of Fame Russell Wilson.
Denver defense is good.
It is.
I just don't know what you do with quarterback. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would. I think I'd rather be part of a build.
I think I had to if I know I'm going to be given time. That's the whole thing.
And they will. They'll give him time.
I would
There's
hope
no
so.
expectation.
He's one of your guys, and he's taking you over at the lowest point in your franchise history.
I just don't know about that ownership group. The
McNairs?
Yeah. I don't know if they're good enough if they're sort of the Texas version of what Mike Brown has been in Cincinnati over the years. There's a guy that's got to it's got to come off the wallet to keep this team together because they could be good for a long, long time. And we didn't talk about this enough, and we'll do it right here before we move on at the top of the hour. Jamar Chase, to be at a prima donna position, such a giving guy in yesterday's game. He did the hard work, blocking. He did short passes and was physical, just getting 6 yards here or there. That first touchdown catch and run, that was such a great mental move by Chase to float back into the hole of the zone. It was just a great game for Jamar Chase.
I think he realizes, the offensive line, when healthy, better than last year's version. Still not a great offensive line, but you've got so many other weapons. I mean, T. Higgins, and they brought this up yesterday, he would be a 1 on a lot of teams. Tyler Boyd's good. Hayden Hurst really has come on as a tight end, and I think Joe Mixon is one of the more underrated backs in all of football.
Yeah. A lot more NFL to get to throughout the show as we get ready for championship weekend. And, of course, basketball, we're just over an hour away before finding out if Alabama's number 1 or number 2 in the latest AP poll. Some movement in college football we'll jump into when we come back right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @Jim Dunaway.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Run through our slice headlines here really quick. Alabama beats Missouri over the weekend. Should be number 1 or number 2 in the new AP poll. 85-64, tied now 7-0 in SEC play, 17-2 overall. Auburn wins again. They beat South Carolina 81-66. They're 6-1 in the SEC, just one game back there. Johni, Broome 27-11. And now you're talking about Auburn going wire to wire with double-digit wins in back-to-back SEC road games. They're back in the friendly confines of Neville Arena coming up on Wednesday night against Texas A&M. Alabama's back at home Wednesday, getting Mississippi State in town before both go on the road in the SEC Big 12 Challenge coming up on Saturday. NFL, we talked about that. The championship series is set. 2 o'clock on Sunday on Fox, San Francisco and Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts with a big game while under the weather. Jalen was sick, not anywhere close to 100%. Had had that shoulder issue at the end of the year, and then had an illness, flu-like symptoms, and was nowhere close to 100%. Yet they were calling quarterback runs in the first half and 268 yards rushing for the team as they got back to running the football right at the Giants.
Yeah, look, Jalen, people were worried about that shoulder, and immediately when you saw him throw a deep ball, everybody, knew at that point that he was going to be fine. we continue to doubt Jalen Hurts, and now he's got him hosting an NFC Championship game. Crazy. He's 60 minutes away from going to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. I never saw this. Never saw this coming out of Jalen Hurts.
Well, think about it. Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy, one of those two guys is going to be a starting Super Bowl quarterback.
That's right. Both of them in an NFC Championship game, a place the Cowboys haven't been in 27 years. It's 27 years since the Cowboys have been in the NFC Championship game. Cincinnati and Kansas City play for the AFC Championship, 5:30 on CBS coming up on Sunday. Those headlines brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Several great locations around town, wonderful for lunch or take-home dinner.
So we were watching Jags-Chiefs on Saturday, and we were trying to decide, had some people coming over, what are we going to do for dinner? The boys wanted wings. I wanted pizza. So Slice was the call. They didn't realize that you could get wings there, but their wings, fire-baked, unbelievable, local pizza, local ingredients. I ordered wings, and then I got 3 different pies. Can you guys guess one of the pies?
One of them was the Hot Mama.
One of them was the Hot Mama.
One
Old
was
school.
Old school. Nope. Bajaya special.
No. Hot Mama, This Little Piggy.
That's always good.
And then Super Cheese.
Yeah, those cheese is so good too.
And Rockstar is right. I go for the Hot Mama for the first 2 slices, and then I circle around to the cheese.
Everybody makes fun of the guy that gets the cheese, and then they want a piece of the cheese.
Yep.
Every time.
But pick up a pie this week. 4 locations now for you. The original Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and now in Crestline. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, a couple of college football notes here. First off, Pete Golding at Ole Miss. He gets there, and then Lane Kiffin gives him the portal card and says, here, go charge whatever you want. 3 guys come in over the weekend for this Ole Miss defense. They get a DB and Zamari Walton from Georgia Tech with some playing time there. 4-year player from Louisville, pretty good guy when he's healthy, Monty Montgomery, linebacker, Louisville. And then a DB from where did he come from? Deshaun Gaddy. I forget where he came from, but he was another guy who's played a lot of football as well. So 3 guys on the defensive side that were all players at other places joining that Ole Miss roster there as Pete Golding starts to put his fingerprints on that defense.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see. It wasn't that their defense was awful last year. I mean, you go back to that Kentucky game, it probably won them that game, the way their defense played against Will Levis at Kentucky. So it wasn't like their defense was just awful. But, I mean, they're excited about Pete Golding, and I like the way you put it. It's like he's got the transfer portal card.
He's got the Amex.
Do not worry. Do not worry. We have got a high limit on this thing.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'm the portal king.
Charge right away.
Yeah. Let all of the portals go have them.
We've paid our balance down. We're good to go.
Yep. The other guy who moved last week, Dan Enos, who left Maryland to go to Arkansas. I mean, did y'all see what his salary was going to be first year?
Oh, I would say 1.6.
Yeah, 1.1 is what it is. But, I mean, if you're in the SEC and you're a coordinator, you're making $1 million, right?
You are. I mean, Dan Enos does not have $1.1 million of a resume, I don't think.
I don't either.
But I do think Dan Enos was respected in his quarterback development. You mentioned Jalen Hurts. He started showing improvement under Enos in 2018 when he would come in relief of Tua Tagovailoa. Now, it was often in blowout games, but you could tell immediately Hurts was a more refined passer. And a lot of people gave Dan Enos credit for that.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts in this league, 2 years ago, I would have said Taysom Hill, maybe. Blake Bell, maybe. 0 chance he is going to be an elite starting quarterback.
And then before we get back to Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy's championship game coming up here, in a tweet from Bruce Feldman, 2 quarterbacks on the move. Mike Wright is leaving Vandy, going to Mississippi State. He's got 2 full years and a red shirt left. Surely, I know that Zach Arnett's going to be changing some of the offense after the death of Mike Leach.
It appears significantly.
But, I mean, Will Rogers is still your guy there.
Oh, yeah.
We don't expect to see Rogers in the portal at any point.
No, and Rogers has got 2 more years if he wants them. Mike Wright is it's a change of pace guy, completely different dynamic, a guy that can absolutely fly. So maybe you have packages for Mike Wright.
Yeah, I mean, you brought in offensive line coach from Syracuse, from the Dino Babers, tree there. You brought in Mike Wright from Vanderbilt. I mean, it's obvious that Zach Arnett is overhauling this offense. You just look at his moves right now.
Gonna be more of a defensive-friendly offense whenever he's through with the transformation. And then if I don't know a Missouri football fan. Like I know.
Oh, I don't either.
I don't know any Missouri football fans. I don't know if I know a Missouri fan, period.
I say that when we were doing bowling and bragging a few years ago, Rocky, there was a big Missouri fan out there. And he was like, you got to come to Columbia. And but that's the only one. I really don't know him.
I think I could, by sound, identify every single fight song in the SEC except Missouri's. Like, you could give me an SEC team and I can hear their fight song in my head.
Right.
But not Missouri's. I know very little about Missouri football.
Like Pat Forty, our buddy, went to Missouri, I believe.
That's right. His son went
Tom
there.
Hart, Missouri guy?
Tom Hart, I believe, is a Missouri grad.
Yeah.
TJ Moe, who played there. He's come on the show before.
Yeah.
I like TJ.
Great journalism school, obviously. But they got a quarterback that I'm excited about. Jake Garcia, the 4-star quarterback who didn't get on the field at Miami, but is well-respected, is going to get his chance to play. He goes to Missouri, and he'll be battling for that starting job there. They've got their incumbent back, the Cook kid, who looks good at times.
I don't know how good Jay Garcia is.
Oh, nobody does,
Yeah.
but his resume, his reputation as a high school prospect is pretty good.
A good get for Eli Drinkwitz. I mean, put it this way, if you would have signed Jake Garcia on National Signing Day last year, would have been a huge deal.
Would have been a huge get. So a little news there from the college ranks. I got a big picture question after A.D. Mitchell does actually commit to Texas that I'll ask you right after I tell you about our friends at the University of Montevallo.
Are you supposed to spell that? Somebody asked me.
Well, Montevallo
was out the.
I missed one L.
Bit of a struggle.
You know me. I missed one L.
I didn't know what was going on. They were like, ask Dunaway to spell Montevallo.
Montevallo. I don't spell out loud very well. I need to write it down.
Do you not picture it in your head and then?
Well, I just did. That's why I closed my eyes.
Okay.
Montevallo. We just don't lose two L's. We don't get two L's a lot in a row at Montevallo, unless you're spelling the name.
Oh, I get it.
21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Your son or daughter can continue their college education down there at Montevallo. Check them out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. Find out why your son or daughter will love Montevallo. Small class sizes, wonderful campus life, new buildings going up everywhere, including a multi-million-dollar theater department. It's the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. First, on the Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts scenario. Bruce Feldman sends this tweet out. You guys probably don't remember this game. 3 years ago, my Fox crew, says Bruce, did Iowa State at Oklahoma. Sooners led 35-14 and a half. Then Iowa State made a wild rally, but lost 42-41 when the game was decided by a failed two-point conversion. Amazing that those two quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy, who combined for 11 touchdowns that night, now meet with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. From Bruce Feldman there.
I saw Bruce tweet that, and I was trying to remember if I watched that game. I felt like I did.
Yeah, I kind of remember watching it.
Yeah, but I did not watch that game thinking, boy, that's a shootout of two NFL quarterbacks, you know?
I know.
I mean, because I still even doubted Hurts when he was at Oklahoma. I thought, look, everybody that's played in that Oklahoma system has been a really good quarterback. Is this going to translate to the NFL? And, boy, was I wrong. I mean, Jalen Hurts, I've been wrong about a lot of things in my career. His was probably the most. I will never forget. Early on in his starting time in Tuscaloosa, when we were still doing shows at Jock, somebody called in and was like, you know, the way this guy's going, man, I'm afraid we're going to lose him early to the NFL, but at least we got two of there. And I laughed out loud. Early to the NFL. Yeah. Jalen Hurts not an NFL quarterback.
I thought the same thing.
I think everybody did, and especially Brock Purdy. I mean, he's not Mr. Irrelevant if you think he's going to be a factor.
That is true.
And then they'll have decisions to make in the offseason, whether they want to go with Tom Brady, whether they want to keep Trey Lance. Jimmy G's got a big contract. Brock Purdy, what do you do?
The insane thing, and look, I know we had a similar situation. Well, I can't say it was a similar situation because Nick Foles had been a starting quarterback for years in the NFL when he took over for Carson Wentz, and the Eagles went on that run and en route to winning a Super Bowl. But if Brock Purdy doesn't make mistakes, the offense is actually, outside of yesterday, had been scoring more points in his starts than they were with Garoppolo. I mean, if the guy wins a Super Bowl, how is he not your starting quarterback next year? God, we said this about Stetson Bennett last year when we were in Indianapolis. Georgia might have other options, but how is Stetson not your starting quarterback if he just won a national championship? It was a no-doubter once we got to the season.
But, I mean, it is the exact thing we saw in Philadelphia. That's the exact thing.
But two things.
And Nick Foles was already he was a known commodity. Nick Foles was.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Brock Purdy's not. So
I know, but but Nick Foles did this, and we're like, well, you got to go away from Carson Wentz now, and it didn't work.
But can Brock Purdy get better?
I don't know.
Yeah, or do you have to have an elite defense to
and elite
to
playmakers
win?
too?
Yeah, and they do. They do.
Because Debo, Kittle, obviously Christian
McCaffrey. Yeah.
I mean, it's
even the Mitchell kid off the bench.
Oh yeah, he's
or a backup role there. Now to Sark. I wanted to ask you guys about Sark because I catch a little Dusty and Danny on Sirius XM on my drive-in, my 8-minute drive-in, and but they're always discussing something interesting. And with AD Mitchell going there, Dusty asked Danny this question that I wanted to ask you guys and get your thoughts on this. Next year is probably the last year before Texas and Oklahoma. It's their last year in the Big 12 before they join the SEC, likely in 2024. Is Sark on any kind of a hot seat next year? Like, give me his temperature. And I know later on we'll do, this summer we'll do hot seats and we'll do, warm seats and all the stuff we do in the off season. But Sark took over a program, didn't go to a bowl game, finally made it to a bowl game. What were they, 8-4 last year, getting to the bowl game? What is the appetite for Sark there in Austin? Because a good recruiting class, got Manning's kid coming in. One of the reasons Arch picked them, they loved Sark and his scheming and stuff. So what do you think the temperature is for Sark there?
I mean, it might not be a realistic expectation, but a lot of what we would call elite coaches in year 2, they're able to get it done. Now, Sark did improve by 3 games. So you go 5-7 to 8-5. If they don't win double-digit games in a wide-open Big 12 next year, I don't think there's – well, I shouldn't say that. If he goes under 500, he gets fired this year.
Yeah. Danny said your season next year better have an 8 in it. It better go 8-4, 8-5,
gosh.
and then it needs to go. You really need to get to 9 or 10.
He's got 2 more years to work this. As long as he's over 500 this year, he'll get to come back for 2024, that first year in the SEC. But if he, by then, and what's going to be so difficult for Sark? He really needs a special year this year,
right?
Because that break-in year in the SEC is not going to be easy.
Well, I think September 9th is just a massive game for Steve Sarkisian. You're in Tuscaloosa. You played Alabama to within a point last year, right? 20-19 was that final. I mean, that just feels like a watershed game for his time. You win that game, you're going to be 2-0, and everybody's going to be like, all right, we're going to the SEC. We've already gone to Bryant-Denny, gotten a win. Before we're even an SEC team. We've won a game at Bryant-Denny against Nick Saban. You lose that game, I feel like 8 is going to be the number, right?
Right. I do. I feel like there's some pressure on him. For some reason, maybe because he's just the Texas coach, I feel like there's more pressure on him than there is on Brent Venables, even though he had a better year than Venables had at Oklahoma. But both of those guys are getting ready to come in, and I can't wait. And maybe it's this week we get it. But we don't have the Big 12 schedule yet.
We do not, because the only 3 games we know they're going to play every. Well, no, they're not going to play everybody.
No. It changes.
Yeah,
it changes next year. So I'm fascinated to see, if the Pac-12 did to USC what they did to USC, and that wasn't horrible. What could the Big 12 do to Texas and Oklahoma on their way out the door? If they really believe next year is the last year, do you make them go to go on the road to some of these new places?
Yeah, because they've played a road game at USC or UCF before. Don't forget, I think it was the one that opened the bounce house. It was the first game of the bounce house. Texas was at Central Florida. But is there one of those teams coming in where you're like, God, I hope they don't put them on our schedule? Is there a team that strikes fear in you that's coming into the league if you're Texas or Oklahoma?
Last year it would have been Houston.
Or Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati.
Well, not last year, but the year before Cincinnati when they were playoff level Cincinnati. But, last year it would have been Houston. But in hindsight, you would have been fine playing Houston.
That is the risk you have if you're the Big 12. Like if you send Texas and Oklahoma to play all those teams.
What if they just blitz them?
If they blitz them, it makes your conference look bad. But if you get a win or 2 along the way, it could, add a little credit to your league there.
I guess you keep the home and homes that you have, like in Bedlam. You don't change that up. Texas and Oklahoma's neutral site. It'll be interesting to see what the Big 12 does with their schedule. Do they try to avoid those 4 teams? There's no way because it's Texas and Oklahoma, they always have played 4 home, 4 away in one neutral site. So they are not one of those that catch an extra road game. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how the Big 12 treats them. No, I am fascinated to see the Big 12 schedule because I do think now that the Pac-12 has done that to USC, you wonder if anybody at the Big 12 office is watching thinking, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
We could send a middle finger. It'd be an obvious middle finger. I don't know. I'm interested to see how they do that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when that comes down. All right, when we come back, LT's got our 4 downs today. Dan Wetzel's our first guest. He joins us at 11 o'clock today. Will Lowery joins the show at 12 noon. Appointment radio there, Appointment television, radio, and digital platform coming up at 12 noon today with Will Lowery. We're going to talk to Will about he played for Jeremy Pruitt, what Jeremy Pruitt could bring to the table in Tuscaloosa, and why Will thinks Jeremy Pruitt is an elite defensive mind. We'll talk to Will at 12 noon about that. Also, a new Bama and Bourbon dropping a little bit later on this week. We'll record a new one of those. And your phone calls when we come back. 205-734-0923. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Precision Sports getting you back in the game. Jalen Hurts seems to be better shoulder-wise, but all eyes on Patrick Mahomes this week with that high ankle sprain as he tries to get back in the game.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked your shoulder, putting up the Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, maybe finding pain in those knees, getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's back, Birmingham. The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, February 3rd through 5th at the BJCC with hot rods, customs, motorcycles, and more. Featuring country music artist Thompson Square on Friday night. Saturday, meet Iron Resurrection's Joe and Amanda Martin. And Sunday, meet Jimmy Dynamite Walker from Good Times. Plus, feature cars like Kit from Knight Rider. And kids can enjoy Hot Wheels racing, costume characters, and more. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Details at worldofwheels.net.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Occasionally we get to some phone calls on the show, 205-734-0923. We appreciate those that are patient with us. 205-734-0923 gets you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. That's where JD is in Huntsville, Alabama. JD, how are you, brother?
Hey, good morning, guys. Doing well. A couple things. A lot of talk about Alabama possibly being number one. I didn't think they would be. Tim Brando always talks about SEC privilege in football. What is it about the Big Ten? I look at Lenardi's bracketology. He's got 10 teams from the Big Ten. Big Ten never does anything in the tournament. I tried to look up some of the power index numbers. They don't really stack up that well either. Why do you think that is? The SEC just is considered not a basketball conference, and Kentucky's down, so the SEC just gets the
Yep,
not much
I think
attention.
that's part of it, and they know how to say the word tournament better than we do. What is it, Brown? How do you say it?
Tournament.
Yeah,
JD, I don't think there is a team in the Big Ten outside of Purdue that can make any kind of run, and we know Purdue's
history.
Painter's history is not good. I just don't think there's any elite teams in that conference right now outside of Purdue.
I don't have a beef with the Big 12 teams. They usually they've done well, and they look pretty good. Houston's good, even though they just lost. Alabama looks like they're the best, and if Charles Barkley says so, it's got to be true, So, real quick about this little controversy with the Alabama High School Athletic Association. I'm just curious, what would you guys do? What would you recommend for them to do? It sounds to me like they need to hire a firm to go in and revisit their guidelines to prevent things like this happening again, and then have their members vote on it and say, okay, guys, we've tweaked it. What do you think? Because, look, I'm not trying to defend them, but when you have things in place, a guideline that says this is how do you pick and choose which ones to say, yeah, we're going to disregard this one because we like this guy from Hoover or we like this guy? How do you do that? I don't know.
Well, I think when you have an opportunity, and my point in all of this has been, and Lance was out, but I think mine and Jim's point has been, playing on a national team is a different level, right? You'll grant me that.
This is not club baseball.
This is not club baseball. This is not some summer league travel team. This is an actual recognized national team, a Team USA. So I think when you have an opportunity to do that, this is something that should be embraced and advertised by the AHSA. Look at us. We've got a coach and a player on a national team. So what you do is you find a way to get some sort of waiver, a special exemption. You find that way. Now, if this is if this kid wants to play, hey, Pelham Sting, and I want to coach him, I can't play. No, you don't do that.
That's right. If you got and it wasn't against the rules. There was a certain number back in the day when I used to help with Thompson back in the 80s. I coached a summer league team specifically to make our younger players better at Thompson with a bunch of 9th and 10th graders, and there was a limit I could have on the team, and I think it was like 6 or 7 that I could coach on the team, but whatever the limit was, I had the maximum number, and I was coaching that team specifically to make our freshmen and sophomores get playing time and to be better so that the team could be better the next year. That's why those rules are in place. And I understand those rules, that you don't want your entire Hoover baseball team playing AAU baseball together or for, as Brownie said, the Hoover Sting or whoever.
Whatever you do.
Whatever, the Ballers, or whatever they're going to play in tournaments on Saturdays. But this is different. This is a short run for the national team. Did Coach K get a chance to coach a Duke player when he was coaching for Team USA? Hell yeah, he did.
He put it, absolutely.
Well, I think the bigger issue with this is that this keeps happening with different things. You remember the girl from Charles Henderson a few years ago who was suspended and they went to trial and all that mess. And then last year, what was the issue?
It was a Seventh-day Adventist school, and they tried to get their game moved to after sunset Saturday so that by their religious beliefs they could play the game, and everyone agreed to it except for the AHSAA.
That's right.
They need to go in, and if they got to hire a firm or somebody and say, let's go through these things. At our church, I'm sure, Jim, at your church, you have bylaws, and every once in a while you got to go in there and say, hey, which one of these don't make any sense anymore?
Yeah. Thank you, JD. My frustration.
No, we're in the Methodist church. We don't have any bylaws. We're only in the news every day now.
No, but you explained to me this morning because you did something on the Zone on it last night, and I was unaware that this had happened. But there are exceptions to every rule.
That's right. And one of the things that frustrates me when you have a set of rules is the thought of, if I let you do it, I got to let everybody do it. No, that is not true. That really isn't true.
Yeah, when's the scenario going to come back up?
That is what good leadership is about. Good leadership is willing to say, no, we evaluated that situation. It was a national team, a Team USA. We thought that shined a positive light on the AHSAA and on this player, on this coach, because it was representing our nation. You're not doing that, so we're going to say no to you. And I know you're going to get pissed at me, but I've accepted this role of leadership. And when I accept the role of leadership, I can't expect everybody to be happy with me. Like John Brady. You guys, John Brady
loved him.
You loved him. A lot of people didn't like him. You didn't like him.
I thought he was a dick.
Yeah, but John Brady used to always say, if you want to make everybody happy, go deliver the phone book. It's an old reference, but very old reference. I think Nick Saban has said
those guys don't even make me happy anymore. Why am I getting this?
Do you think you could find a phone book in this building?
I could not. No.
Oh, it was recent. Like, I think even during the pandemic, the phone book would still show up at the house. Never asked for it, but it would be out in the yard one day when I'd come home, and I would what a waste of paper. I'd just grab it and throw it right. Never even take it in the house. Would just throw it right into the dumpster.
Well, I used to do that when Birmingham News still printed papers. They used to throw the Sunday paper in my driveway, and I'd back over it on the way to church. And I was like, well, there's the Sunday paper again. So when I got home from church, I'd pick it up and throw it straight in the garbage can.
They still toss me one.
They don't print the paper anymore.
I get one every Sunday.
They stopped printing.
They stopped printing the paper at the end of the year. You haven't gotten one this year.
Probably get like some local thing.
No, the Birmingham News quit printing at the end of the year.
On January 1,
Yeah, you'll never see a Sunday paper again.
Maybe that's the one from January 1.
Time to clean that driveway, Lance.
Really wet.
Wow. Don't slip on the old paper that's out there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Before you tell us about MyBookie, do you agree with this or not? The Field of 68 podcast says Alabama will be favored in every game until at Tennessee February 15th.
I think I said that last week.
They'll be favored at Auburn?
But they play Auburn before that. I think you said it except at Auburn.
Yeah,
they won't be favored at Auburn, right? Somebody asked that in
February 11th is the Auburn game. February 15th at Tennessee, by the way, when Alabama's schedule gets really juicy.
Yeah, that is an interesting run right there. Somebody asked in the Vulcan Tire Automotive chat room the other day, Lance, could you put an early line on Bama at Auburn right now?
I mean, if it was played Tuesday
night. Let's say it's a Tuesday night game.
I would say that I would list that game at a pick.
At a pick?
Yeah.
They never do picks anymore.
Maybe Auburn 1 or 2.
Right.
It's going to be 1 or 2 either way. They're going to be favored against Mississippi State, obviously, double digits. They'll be favored at Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, at LSU, Florida. Yeah, they've got a good chance of being a dog at Auburn. They'll definitely be a dog at Tennessee.
Yeah, so they'll definitely be an underdog at Tennessee as that part of the schedule gets up here. The best teams in the league right now are Alabama, Tennessee, Auburn, and then who else do you put in there? Because you guys said on the Zone last night, they were saying in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room that Doug Segrist, part of your show, thinks that the SEC's down and
he did.
Maybe
he did
5 SEC teams get in the tournament.
Yeah,
because 5 gets in.
Yeah, Doug's bottom line was that a week ago, 2 weeks ago, everybody was saying 7 SEC teams, and now it looks like 5. I mean, if you love a lot of people, not just you, love the Ken Palm. You got Tennessee, Alabama at 2 and 3. Your next SEC team is Auburn at 16.
Yeah, the only ones I feel good about are those top 3.
Yeah, Auburn's at 16. Arkansas still at 23 in the Ken Palm. That's not an NCAA tournament team right now, I don't think.
You let me know Saturday night in Rupp what Kentucky does against Kansas.
Yeah,
They win that game, I think they're a tournament team.
Kentucky's 33 in the Ken Pom. I don't think they beat Kansas, but Kansas just looked as bad as they've looked in 2 or 3 years.
Well, they've lost back-to-back games, but both of those teams were, really highly ranked.
Yeah, one was on the road in overtime.
Kansas State and TCU, but that was a horrible home loss. I mean, good
yeah.
TCU team, but that was one of the worst home losses in Self's time there at Kansas. My bookie gets you in the game.
MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. Milkman, some people just can't be pleased. Why are y'all not giving respect to Alabama basketball? We literally said they're going to be a favorite. They might be a pick 'em at Auburn and maybe a dog at Tennessee. I mean, I don't know how much more respect you can give them. We just made them a pick 'em at Auburn. It's the toughest place in America to play.
I personally think, jumping on late, what Barkley said is correct. I mean, based on the Alabama team that I've seen over the last couple of weeks, compared to everybody else, especially the week that Kansas had, and Houston losing yesterday to Temple, I think Alabama's the best team in basketball right now.
All those games available at MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. A positive $50 or more gets you a cash bonus, and it is instantly in your MyBookie account. Now, a lot of places do that. What a lot of places do not do is give you that bonus after only one bet. One bet at MyBookie.ag, it is yours. There are places you got to go 10 times. Good luck winning 10 in a row. 10 times before that money's ever yours. Not MyBookie. MyBookie.ag code next round. They make it easy. No strings attached there. You get that cash bonus on a deposit of $50 or more. The NFL playoff games, college hoops, NBA, UFC, weekly blackjack tournaments right there at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag code next round.
Our friend Lunsford on the back row, if we can get him into the conversation here. He's our movie guy. Before we do Rockstar's viewing menu, Avatar 2, which none of us saw except maybe you, Lunsford, right? You go to see everything.
Yes.
It passed $2 billion worldwide over the weekend.
Yes.
Now, they're still not making money, right? Didn't you tell me it cost like $5 billion to make or something?
No, $2 billion, they're without a doubt making money.
Yeah, so they're making money now. But does that surprise anybody that they are $2 billion worldwide?
Well, I think it took him like a decade to finish the second one.
2009 was the first one.
I saw the first one. I thought it was interesting back then. I had zero desire to see this
My oldest daughter went to see it this weekend. Really liked it? Yeah, she said she liked it. She had not seen the first one. We had ridden the ride at Animal Planet.
I rode the ride, yeah.
Yeah,
Animal Kingdom.
Animal Kingdom. God, Lunsford, I'm sorry.
It's a channel.
Yes, I'm sorry. At Animal Kingdom, we rode that ride.
Just say Disney.
Yeah, at Disney. And so that's why she wanted to see it. And she said, and I asked her, I said, did you need to see the first one? She goes, actually, I think I learned enough from the ride to get the second one.
You know, it's funny. It's that I don't know how you can go to a sequel without seeing the first, but a lot of people did that with Top Gun.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's an age gap.
Well, my daughter did the same thing.
It is, but still, you would think, hey, look, I'm planning on going to see this. Just let me carve out an hour 45 to watch the original.
But see,
Avatar's a little bit longer than that.
I'm afraid that if a lot of teenagers had gone to see our old 80s version of Top Gun, they would have never wanted to go see the second one, the Maverick one.
Have you not seen the volleyball scene?
Every
night.
It's my bedtime lullaby.
So bottom line is, are we surprised this thing's made $2 billion worldwide?
No, the first
or no?
one was the highest grossing movie of all time. There's no reason for the sequel to be right up there with it.
Okay.
Yeah, people love sci-fi.
Yeah. Karen says, one of our great female listeners, Avatar's must see in the theater.
I agree.
I mean, the ride at Animal Kingdom was a pretty good ride, but that's about enough for me.
Lunsford would go watch Swing Blade Hitchhiker in the theater if it was out there.
Hey, I saw the worst movie I've ever seen in my life this weekend.
Well, I knew you were going to when you told us you couldn't even pronounce the title.
No, not 80 for Brady. Although it's funny, I'm literally working on an 80 for Brady Photoshop right now or something. But no, it's called Skinamarink. It's like an experimental horror film. It is the worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
Why would you waste your money to go see that at a theater?
Because I am a connoisseur of all things cinema.
Okay.
And so I went to go see it.
But his friend Tim said it was frightening.
He showed us a trailer at poker one night, and the trailer was really good. And so I was like, okay, I'm interested. It cost $15,000 to make. It's already made like $1.5 million. So obviously, return on investment very good on that one. But AMC bought the rights to it. They started sharing it. It's going to be on their streaming service in February, so maybe it'll be better there. I don't know, but it was not good.
So how many movies are you going to a week?
I go to about one a week.
Skinamarink-a-dink?
Skinamarink. It's kind of off the song.
Oh.
You think you do?
What is Rockstar watching tonight?
Terrible
my friend?
movie.
What are you out watching?
I'm not out. Well, I only get to say this 4 times a year, 3 or 4 times a year. Tonight, 7 p.m. on ABC, The Bachelor, season 27.
It's back?
Yeah. Only the 2-hour premiere.
This is all the girls and the one guy, right?
Yes.
All right.
This isn't the farmer one?
No, save that.
Okay.
After this. We'll get to this conversation when Rockstar's done.
And Lance, do you remember the movie Into the Blue with Jessica Alba?
Yeah.
And
Paul Walker.
Paul Walker.
And Scott Conn.
Did you know they made a sequel?
No.
Into the Blue 2, The Reef. It stars, it's going to have a downgrade, Audrina Partridge from The Hills.
Okay.
She's in it.
Yeah.
And it's from 2009. And who else? Marsha Thomason and David Anders. A happily married couple is hired to search for the ocean floor for Columbus's hidden treasure.
Yeah, I don't think I'm in on that one.
Is there legitimately hidden treasure from Columbus, do they think?
He did pillage. He got after it.
So,
So The Last of Us, episode 2 last night on HBO. So after the game at 8:45, I powered through because I needed to go to bed early last night, but I still made it through The Last of Us. That series, you guys need to jump on it.
It's good. 2 episodes in.
It really is.
I'm not big on the zombie stuff, though.
Not zombies.
It's not zombies.
I swear I thought you told us it was zombies.
They corrected me.
Oh.
It's a virus. No, it's not a virus.
Lunsford,
It's a fungus.
I said this.
It's a fungus.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of scary when you start to read up on this fungus.
Gosh,
No, it really is.
Not Lance again. Not something else to be worried about.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying it's an interesting thing. Have you read up on it, Lunsford?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real thing. The whole premise, though, is that, like, a fungus can't, like, live in our bodies, like the way our bodies is. A fungus can't grow, but that, like, slowly but surely, as, like, the earth changes, it can adapt to where eventually it can take over and grow, and that's kind of what turns you into a zombie is the fungus.
And so
I thought it was a zombie. A zombie movie then.
They're clickers.
Zombie is a very wide word that can cover anybody that basically you get bit and turn into something.
It's really emotional, and it's an adventure now on where they are. But yeah, you talk about that. So these things, what is the? It's called the disease or the fungal.
Cordyceps, I think, is the name of it.
But they get into insects and they control the insect's brain.
They do it in ants. They can get into the ants and they totally control the whole body, make them jump off a cliff and stuff like that. Like makes them insane.
So anyway, well worth the watch. I said out loud last night that I think this is going to be the new trend. They're going to take a really interesting video game and turn it into a show.
If done right, there's a million of them that can be done really well. They've just all been done really crappy so far.
I mean, the post-apocalyptic Boston, the backdrop, everything they did was spot on. I mean, it looked incredible.
Was there still places to park the car?
In the yard.
There's a lot of cars out there.
Shooter. That fungal pandemic is coming to Boston, man. With a little Jamaican at the end. That's what that's what Rockstar is watching. Our buddy Patrick from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room tweeted this out during the game last night. If you're watching the 49ers and the Cowboys on Fox, there's no way that hashtag Farmers Wants a Wife and hashtag Animal Control aren't huge successful shows, right? Great tweet from Patrick. Anybody all in on Farmers Wants a Wife?
I just, first of all, going into these whatever reality love shows, you know it's never going to work. And now you've got a bunch of prima donna chicks coming into the country to hang out with a bunch of hillbillies. And
technically farmers. Not hillbillies.
They'll fall for one of these guys on camera, but it'll never work.
Yeah, farmers or hillbillies were the work ethic.
Fair enough.
Is this a little bit like what Lionel Richie's girl and that Hilton chick did that one time?
Nicole Richie.
Yeah.
They toured America, bro.
Well, they did.
This is coming March 8th on Fox.
No, this is they ride horses and do campfires.
I'm just saying there's the same principles, though, right? Yeah. Like these refined, these uppity women and these farmers.
Sunset picnic in the back of a pickup truck and then cut away to the back of the barn where she's crying. And I can't believe I should love everything about this, but why do I want to go back to the city?
Back to the barn.
Meet me in the stables. Okay.
With the chicken houses.
I touched a nerve with Rusty.
I tell you what now.
Rusty must be a farmer. No disrespect, Rusty.
Yeah, I just said that, Rusty.
No,
yes, farmers and hillbillies are very
trailer,
different.
They seem like hillbillies.
Yeah.
They're country folk.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Folks.
I will watch either one of those shows if somebody will just give Paul Giamatti a phone that works.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Paul Giamatti's the biggest sellout right now on the face of entertainment.
I mean, does Verizon run that commercial, every single commercial break in every single NFL game?
Well, it's a bad accent.
Well, it's a terrible commercial, but it runs all the time. It's all I see now.
It's a guy that has won an Academy Award.
Well, I'm aware.
I just wish they would get a sign that is two-sided, so that poor guy doesn't have to spin it around. Is it for existing customers? Yes. Turn
That's
it around.
AT&T. That's a whole different company.
I get tired of that one. All right, so that is some of the stuff we're watching or not watching down the road here on our show. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Time to get those gutters capped. So many of you in the chat room have already used C-Stew, but if you've never used C-Stew and you're a homeowner, you need this process.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to do is get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, my good friend Chris Stewart, he's got a 2023 special for the next round viewer and listener. Call him 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right. Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Dan Wetzel at the top of the hour coming up. A couple of more things to get to as we move throughout the day. Will Reichert got married over the weekend, coming back to Alabama, the place kicker. Forster somehow knows the bride, right, Forster? Was she the flower girl in your wedding?
Yes, so she and her older sister were the flower girls in my wedding. Hang on.
How about that?
A picture here.
So
that's my wife Debbie in the middle there, and that's Amelia Will Reichard's bride on her
wide left.
On the left, yeah.
Wide left. Don't ever say that about a kicker.
Her older sister Anna Marie on the right.
Pretty funny.
Yeah,
thank you, Rockstar. I love when Rockstar's been away. Cleanses his palate.
Brett Mayer's flower girl wouldn't be in the photo. She's standing over by that tree.
How bad was that extra point going to miss?
It was going to miss so badly.
But then he made the field down the stretch.
I know. Thank God though that they got a handle.
Hey,
on that.
when he
missed
that extra point, though, when it got blocked, did you not think this game's coming down to a field goal?
Oh yeah,
that's the way it works.
Because I responded to your tweet.
You did.
He did come in, and I don't know if it's one of those situations where you guys were all pulling for him.
Well, I wanted him. I was pulling for the 49ers to win the game, but I wanted him to make the kicks.
Yeah.
Because
that could be career-ending.
Yeah,
If not
just
worse.
horrible life things at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he may never mentally get over something like that.
That's right.
So, I mean, I don't want to see any human go through that. But for the pure theater of it, it is somewhat enjoyable, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and Josh is right. What if Dak does put together that 2-minute drive? And, you have to suspend reality to think Dak was. After that first pass, it was almost intercepted, that he was going to move them down the field and score a touchdown. But what if they do score the touchdown with basically zeros on the clock, and he has to run out there and kick a game-tying extra point?
Well, I was trying to think what Mike McCarthy would do in that situation.
He's going for 2.
I would have wanted him to go for 2. I think he would have kicked it, though.
I don't know, man. So you're talking zeros on the clock, 2-point conversion.
Basically 3 seconds, 4 seconds on the clock. They score a touchdown. The only thing left is to kick it off. After either an extra point to tie it to send it overtime or 2-point to win it, what do you do?
I don't know what you do.
I mean,
I've got a really good 2-point conversion drawn up.
They said in the pregame that they had doubled their 2-point conversions on their worksheet for the week
because their lateral final play of the game was
based on that, I'm not banking on their 2-point plays.
Yeah.
Can I make another point too?
You can.
Everybody in the world, when Kansas City gets in the red zone, knows they're going to Travis Kelce, and he's open all the time. It is the most remarkable thing.
They were discussing that in the chat room earlier. How is Travis Kelce always open?
He's the only guy you really have to – he's the only guy that strikes fear on me on that offense.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, do you know how good Andy Reid must be at drawing up plays and Eric Bieniemy for their red zone offense?
I think it's just the opposite.
Do you think they're bad at it? That's why he's open?
I think he improvises a lot.
I think that's his route right there. It's whatever he wants it to be.
Yeah, but I mean
that he and Mahomes just are.
They're so in
everyone
tune.
else is running, and you just find a space.
Okay.
And let's be honest, a lot of football now is what Mike Leach taught. There's no real route. You off of leverage, you have choices that you make. Everybody's running a choice route. Everybody's choosing their route tree depending on their coverage, and they're looking for space.
I'll ask Orlovsky on the show tomorrow. Dan back with us tomorrow. I'll ask him about it, and I would trust his opinion on this. Dude watches film and played, quarterback in the NFL.
To read between the lines, you're saying you don't trust my opinion on it.
Well, I'm just saying there's got to be some sort of structure.
Who is going to make me look stupid saying, oh, no, Kelce absolutely is running a hard route. It's great play drawing.
I don't disagree with you that a lot of it is he and Mahomes have played so much football together, they probably know what each other are thinking. I don't disagree with you on that, but there's got to be some sort of structure.
Like that Jamar Chase touchdown was all ad lib, right? He did what he was supposed to do, and then he saw the scramble by Burrow, who was moving up in the pocket, and he felt the gap, the air behind him, and he drifted back and just. They were just so perfect. It's such a brainy play by Chase.
Did you think the one that got overruled for him not surviving the ground was a touchdown?
I never did.
You didn't think so?
No.
Wait, which one was that?
The one in the back of the end zone. He takes 3 steps, but he's going to the ground, and he doesn't hold the ball when he gets to the ground.
Because they got just enough movement when he hit it, and as he goes to the ground, his arm's all the way off of it at that point. The ball is just laying on his body.
It's one of those calls where, by rule, I think they got that right. But when you're watching it, you're like, boy, that does look like a touchdown. Like, if you tell me, does that look like a touchdown? Yeah, it looks like a touchdown, but I know they've got to have rules for certain things.
Yeah, but no, I mean, we've been conditioned enough now to know that you've got to complete it all the way through the ground.
Yeah.
Hey, going back to Kansas City, Jacksonville, right after Mahomes got hurt and he came back in before Henne played, that next play he's scrambling up, and it looks like he fumbled. And they talked about on the broadcast, is it a fumble, incomplete pass?
Josh Allen?
No. This was Mahomes. Yeah, and it was intentional.
And they come back, and they really never explained it. I don't know if they reviewed it.
Yeah,
and they're kicking a field goal.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. And then you had the Allen open hand or not that looked a lot like the Malik Willis from the previous weekend.
The one where he batted it towards the ground?
No, the one where it came out and it was a scoop and score for Cincinnati, and they ruled it incomplete. It just looked a lot like Malik Willis. And, a lot of Tennessee fans were like, Malik Willis, that's an interception. If that's Josh Allen or Aaron Rodgers or
I didn't
like
think
that.
I thought that was he was grounding the ball intentionally. I thought that was. I did not.
We're
think,
talking about different plays.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about different plays. This was in the fourth quarter. No, I know the one you're talking about. That wasn't. Yes, he was grounding it. This is the fourth quarter. Allen gets hit. Ball comes out like right there, where it's like bang bang, whether or not he's passing or if it's a fumble.
They did review that one.
They did review it, and they overruled it. And Buffalo kept the ball. Didn't matter. Cincinnati won the game.
Yeah, I know.
But those are just bang bang plays.
Part of our show being brought to you by Bromberg's. One more big point before we get to the top of the hour, and Dan Wetzel, after you tell us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialists. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Bromberg's also got, they're thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Stop and see the vast selection of Oris watches at Bromberg's. It's available at the Summit location. You can also shop online, brombergs.com, for more information. Brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
All right, I'm going to give Forrester time to pull up Cameron Chang here, but I'm going to need you to set it up. It's the guy who won $72,000, Forrester. So as Forrester pulls that up, he tweeted after he won this money, and Forrester's going to set it up for us, that it was life-changing money. And then people were clapping back at him that $72,000 or $73,000 is not life-changing money. And he's like, for me, it is. It pays every bit of debt I have in the world. I am now debt-free.
Well, that will change your life.
So it is life-chasing money. Set me up here. What's happening, Forrester, on this?
Okay, so he made a $5 bet that Travis Kelce, Dallas Goedert, Jamar Chase, and Dalton Schultz would all score the first touchdown of each of those games.
Are you just throwing darts at a wall?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you pick those 4 players?
To this one, there are 100,000 bets that were like that yesterday.
Yeah.
And it really is throwing darts.
Yeah.
And then do you have his reaction? Do you show his video? So he's hit the first 3, so it's down to Schultz in the final game of the weekend. He's gotten Kelce. He's gotten Goddard, which is really out there. Then he got Chase. And now all he needs is it to happen. So they're on the goal line, running out of time, right, here in the first quarter, winding down. If it could go to anybody at this point, here he is watching. But if it's to Schultz, he wins $72,000, and then there it is. And he goes crazy.
Wow, good for him.
Life-changing money for him because now he's debt-free.
I hate it that people clap back like not life-changing money. Could you sound more uppity by telling a guy that
and you really don't know what
life-changing
money is different
for everybody,
right.
Yes.
Now, he's not saying I'm not going to ever work again.
Right. He didn't say I'm to the Bahamas, see ya.
No, but I mean, there's people that are in student debts, credit card debts.
That's right. If you can get debt-free, you can do a lot of things in the world.
Right. Boy, what would have been bad is if holding call on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they get rolled out a field goal.
Dalton Schultz rolls his ankle, has to leave the game.
We'll talk NFL, a little college basketball, everything with Dan Wetzel. He's coming up on the other side. The show's being brought to you in part by our wonderful folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. We got some fun with Charles Barkley coming up pretty soon as we get ready for March Madness and our friends at Redmond.
Yeah, Redmond Vodka. It's locally owned and operated. Ask for it by name. Available in 20 states now. Continues to grow their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, this hour is brought to you by Champy'sChicken.com. And listen, I'll tell you more about Champy's in a second. I just saw where Shannon Sharp apologized for the altercation the other night. I tweeted this after it happened. He should have not have been allowed to go back to his seat in the second half.
Yeah, he missed a full quarter back in the tunnel, right? And then went back for the fourth quarter?
No, I think he was back for the third quarter.
Okay, so
I think he missed
second quarter.
halftime. This happened in the second quarter, going to the locker room. The guy, if he is the average fan, he does not go back into the arena. The NBA would have kicked him out and maybe banned him for a year or for life for interacting with players like that. But Shannon Sharp, because he's a celebrity, went back into the game, and now he apologizes, and, you know, it's all fine and dandy.
Well, don't you think you get special consideration for having to work with Skip every day?
Well,
Can you imagine how bad that show was today?
Oh, it must be awful.
Oh, I don't watch that show. I'm just saying that, you know, if that had been me sitting there and I did that, I would have been taken out in cuffs probably and not allowed back into the game. There's no way you as a fan should become involved in the game like that. It was crazy. It was crazy. All right, let's move on. Champy'sChicken.com. We'll tell you more about that.
Dan Wetzel is the national columnist, Yahoo Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I'm well, gentlemen. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you. We live in a very much knee-jerk society, and what we do for a living is especially that. I don't disagree. But if I ask you to start listing best quarterbacks in the NFL, is Joe Burrow at the top of your list, or how soon do you get to Joe Burrow?
Well, I would still go with Mahomes, but we'll find out on Sunday. He beat him last year, Joe Burrow. They won that game. I think Mahomes does more for you, but hard to play the game a lot better than Burrow. And he's just such a unique personality. How many guys that young just are so unflappable? He now has 3 road playoff victories, 5 overall. The Cincinnati Bengals won 5 in their entire franchise's history prior to Joe Burrow getting drafted. And now they've won 5 in the last 2 years, 3 on the road, including 1 in Kansas City last year, and then that game in a snow globe up in Buffalo on Sunday. But to have him walk into that place, Buffalo fans love that it's snowing. They love that it's cold. They got DeMar Hamlin there in the building. Place is going crazy, and he just goes, I'll go 4 for 4 in the opening drive touchdown. Oh, I'll go 5 for 5 in the second drive touchdown. And Buffalo never really recover because they got to press and do all sorts of different stuff. Just an amazing performance considering all of the non-football circumstances surrounding it. I don't know if he's number 1. He hasn't even won a Super Bowl yet. But I'll tell you what, I don't think Cincinnati trades him for anybody. Look at it that way.
That's a good point, yeah.
Hey, Dan, look, Mahomes is only 27, so he might have another 8 to 10 really good years in him. But if they lose Sunday, this will be 5 consecutive AFC championship games they've hosted and only 1 Super Bowl championship to show from it. Do you think there will be a narrative out there that this is almost this is becoming Aaron Rodgers light?
Well, maybe. I mean, I guess we're starting it. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to keep these things together. That's really the problem. They lose Tyreek Hill. They lose different guys because of the salary cap and all that. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers 2.0 or, the sequel is really necessarily a bad thing, but I can't really blame it on Mahomes. I thought he played well last year in that AFC title game. He played really well in the one they lost to New England in overtime. That was really the Brady comeback was incredible. So I don't think so. I think one of the issues you have in the AFC is right now you have 3 absolutely exceptional quarterbacks in Burrow, Josh Allen, and Mahomes. And you got some other guys, Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson, different ones that can step up, and who knows who else is coming. There's just too many good quarterbacks. It's not like only one of them can make it through, right? So my guess is we're going to see Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes sort this out, over the next 5-6 years. And they're just all going to be knocking each other out of the playoffs at different times.
We were discussing this earlier, and Brown and I are both still wondering, how is Travis Kelce always open?
In the red zone. That's where it is. In the red zone, they're going to throw to him.
The worst was the last year when the Bills didn't cover him on the 13-second. Didn't really cover him when they gave up the 2 passes in 13 seconds. It's like, he's going to go. I mean, at one point, I remember rewatching that, and they had like an NFL Network special on it, and like Mahomes was like, Kelce, it's going to you. Like they don't have any time to do. There were no plays drawn up. It was just run down the field, and they're like, yeah, I don't know. That's an excellent question. It's not like he's like, you don't miss him. I mean, the man is huge. He's incredible in the red zone. Incredible weapon. As important as Tyreek Hill had been for Kansas City, Kelce's really that guy that you need, the same way Gronk was for Brady. If you have that great tight end, man, they're just unbelievably valuable right now.
Dan Wetzel is with us, national columnist, Yahoo Sports on Twitter. At Dan Wetzel is where you follow him. Also a great line of kids' books involving some sports heroes. So if you like your kids like sports, you want to get them into reading, check that out. there anywhere you buy your books. At Dan Wetzel on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I mean, I don't know what was more entertaining, seeing the Cowboys' final play blown up so spectacularly, or having actually seen it play out, Dan, to see what they were going to do.
You remember last year they lost, because they couldn't get the snap off, and it was just this humiliating, frantic. They put themselves in these positions where they need a miracle, and then their miracle doesn't, they're not even just hitting their knees and praying the right way, right?
Yeah.
So the miracle has got no chance, and this certainly would have been some kind of miracle. But what that play was, it was that old Colts play kind of where they lined up against New England and got taken down. And you're like, okay, this is either going to be absolutely genius. I was like, this is interesting, right? This is going to be genius or an utter failure. And it was an utter failure. I don't know. How did you design this? Okay, we're going to have a guy run 7 yards, turn around, no blockers, no decoys, and just throw him he got tackled before he even caught the ball. It was Zeke Elliott's probably his last appearance for the Cowboys as a center, just gets bowled over. Just a total disaster. The last 2 drives were absolutely awful by Dallas. It's amazing Dak didn't get tackled for a safety. Not knowing to get 2 feet down, not knowing that you have to keep going forward to get the clock. You can't get hit backwards out of bounds to keep the clock and get the clock killed. There was stuff that you see in high school football, and you're like, this is the Dallas Cowboys. Not that they had much of a chance, but just an absolute train wreck the last 4 minutes of that game when the Cowboys did have a chance, and you were wondering how it would go. Or I could see Prescott getting the touchdown, and they try to kick it, miss it, or something. It was going to end badly, and it really did.
Yeah, you talked about the miss there, and look, rarely do I get uncomfortable watching something, but Brett Maurer, after that first attempt that gets blocked that would have gone 10, 15 yards to the left, when they rolled him back out for the 25-yarder, I didn't think there was a way he could miss that, but it was hard to watch.
It really was. So one of the things I do in football, I always root for the college kicker. Because it's usually a kid who doesn't even have a scholarship, and sometimes these coaches put them in, horrible. Try to make a 53-yarder, at the end
Ryan
of
Day.
Ohio. Yeah, Ryan Day. Hey, wow! Now everyone's all over this kid. 50 yards with no time left. He's not Adam Vinatieri, okay? But I don't feel that way for the NFL because these guys are making an enormous amount of money. At that point, hey, deal with it. But, yeah, I don't really root. I didn't care who won yesterday. I was like, please hit this kick. This poor guy just looked horrible after that first one. And he nailed it, and then he nailed the longer one. I think the extra point was too close. I think that's really it. He doesn't do one-pointers. He's a three-point guy, right? It's like Steph Curry. I'm not going down there. It's 1 point.
Yeah, but he's shooting threes. Yeah.
It rarely happens in college.
Alabama basketball. He could be Alabama basketball. Oats guy.
By the way, Alabama basketball number 2 in the new AP poll, not number 1. That is Purdue. More on that in a second. It rarely happens in college basketball, the NCAA tournament, because it's such a grind to win to get to the Final Four. We never really think it happens in college football. We never really think it's the 4 best teams when it's all said and done. We always feel like somebody good, like Alabama, was left out this year. But I feel like these are the 4 best NFL teams left fighting in this thing. These feel like the 4 best teams all season long to me.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati had some struggles at times, but other than that, yeah. Maybe if it was Buffalo, you could make that argument, but it's a real close debate over whether they were 4 or 5. But, yeah, San Francisco and Philly seemed like they were on a collision course the whole year, especially when Brock Purdy came in and really elevated the offense and kind of answered the quarterbacking question for them. So, these games this weekend were not all that competitive, right? The Eagles won easily. Kansas City won fairly easily. Cincinnati won fairly easily. And San Francisco-Dallas was closer, obviously, but it was fairly emphatic victories all weekend. So I think we got our top 4. We certainly got 2 incredible matchups. I want to see Jalen Hurts in that offense against San Francisco's defense. I want to see another Burrow-Mahomes game. Should be, it's going to be incredible environments, the whole thing, and it's going to be a real interesting to see who comes out of this and can still win 2 games.
Dan Wetzel is with us, Yahoo Sports national columnist. I never at Alabama watched Jalen Hurts and thought he was an NFL quarterback. And I guess because of that, once he got to Oklahoma, Dan, I just thought, yeah, it's just the system. I mean, all those guys are really good in that system. The story of him potentially quarterbacking a team, and this is not just like he's along for the ride. He's quarterbacking a team to the Super Bowl. I don't know. Maybe it will be given enough airtime. I don't know, because, man, watching him, you could never have convinced me he would be in this situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, his most famous moment in college was getting pulled in the championship game, right?
Yeah.
Fair or not. I mean, this is a great player, but that was his thing, and he kind of can't handle it. Can't keep his job at Alabama and goes to Oklahoma. Even this year, going into the season, Hurts was a question mark. And then, Nick Sirianni's talking about him as Michael Jordan after the game the other night. I mean, so it's like, let's not get too carried away, at least not yet. The thing in that game against the Giants I thought was really interesting is almost so many of the Phillies plays are read plays, either run pass option or run options, or am I going to keep it? And he just did an incredible job reading the linebackers of the Giants, where are they going, and then making really quick decisions in either really quick runs or really quick passes for 6, 7, 8 yards. I mean, the Giants could not stop that offense, and it didn't look to me, and you can have a lot smarter person on to redo this, but it did not look to me like it was that complicated, if you will, or advanced of a thing. It was just, we're going to do these 3 things, and he's going to make a pick on which one of these 3 is the right one. Do I run it myself? Do I hand it off? Or do I hit a guy come crossing over in the slot? And maybe that's that at his best. He's athletic, he's accurate, and he might make really, really fast decisions. And that's kind of what we're seeing is now that he's got the right offense to play in, this guy's an unbelievable talent.
Well documented, 27 years since the last time the Cowboys won a Super Bowl. This is the morbid question of the day. Will Jerry Jones live to see another Cowboys Super Bowl?
Ouch.
Dead or alive, Wetzel?
He's 81. I mean, and he looks old, 81 now.
All of us in the sports media should love Jerry Jones and hope he lives forever, because there's no other owner who's more accessible to talk. He holds his own press conference after games, just happens to wander by the locker room where there's 45 cameras, and, I'll stop for a quick 25-minute discussion, right? Has his own radio show, causes more content for us. We love Jerry Jones, so I hope he lives to 181, and I hope that sometime in the next century, Cowboys will probably win one. So I'm hope so, but I don't know.
By the way, 27 years since they were in the NFC Championship game. There's another leg after that, so they got to.
They haven't even got the championship. I also am not sure how much clean living Jerry's had over those 81. I mean, it might be some miles on that tire. It looks like he's had a good time in his 81. So the fact he looks that good, may we all be Jerry Jones.
Plastic surgery does wonders, Dan.
Bourbon neat,
Johnny
like
Walker Blue.
Dirty hot tubs.
Yeah. Brown's talking plastic surgery, but you don't get a liver lift, Brown.
Well, it's tough. Yes.
Yeah.
He's done it. So all hail Jerry Jones. I'm in the content business, and this guy gives content. So there'll be no shade here. Probably could hire a general manager though.
Dan has done a lot of things in his career. He's a Yahoo Sports columnist. He produced Aaron Hernandez Netflix documentary that we all liked. He's also authored the Epic Athletes series for those young readers in your life that love sports. Serena Williams, Tom Brady, Steph Curry, among those that have their bio and books that Dan has written for that young reader in your life that loves sports. There is a link right there from Dan's Twitter bio at Dan Wetzel on Twitter. Dan, thank you very much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A new AP poll, after I tell you about our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew open for lunch right now. You know it. Southern Fried Chicken, all the great sides, those wonderful plates there. They got the po' boys. They've got the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Everything open for lunch. Short drive if you're in the Shelby County area on Highway 119 in Alabaster. But I tell you all the time, it is a destination lunch location. one of those lunch places you go to and you tell your friends about, like, hey, you want some good Southern fried chicken? You want to know what it's like to eat here in the South? Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Purdue is number 1, 39 first place votes. Alabama is 2 with 23 first place votes.
Did you see how close the points were?
Yeah. It was 1,527 to 1,511, so really, really close there. Houston, Tennessee is 4, Kansas State is 5. You go down to 15 to find Auburn. Some of the reaction from people. Boiler Burner, I assume a burner account for a Boilermaker fan. Don't worry, Bama fans, you played 10 teams the rest of the way ranked outside the top 50. Purdue plays 0. You'll be ranked number 1 sooner rather than later. Oh, but Boiler Burner, look at the stats, my friend. If you look at Tennessee, they're right there at number 4, and Alabama plays them twice down the stretch. Look at number 3. Alabama's already beat them on the home floor. And you got to go, let's see, where's the next Big Ten team, Brown? How many? Purdue is 1.
Next Big Ten team.
Big Ten team. Well, I've already passed one SEC team. I've passed another SEC team, Auburn at 15.
Jim, I can't find another Big Ten team in the top 25. Did I miss them?
I don't see one, Brown.
Nope. That is weird that you've got one Big Ten team in the top 25 and they're number 1 in the nation.
Yeah. But I did bring that up earlier. There's only one team in the Big Ten that I believe can actually make that deep run.
You did mention that.
Yeah. Indiana is 27th behind Duke. And there's a big gap between Duke and Indiana, and I assume a big gap between New Mexico and Duke. But 61 votes for Indiana, 102 for Duke. But listen, I know Boiler Burner. This is the AP poll, and it means nothing. But when you start talking schedule, Alabama played a pretty good schedule. And
no, Alabama has played. I think KenPom has a top 3 or 4 schedule. So number 3 today, by the way, number 3, their strength of schedule. So you take a lot of shots at Alabama for a lot of things. You may not think they're the number 1 team in the nation, but you really don't have a leg to stand on if you're taking a shot at their schedule. Yeah. Their schedule has been tremendous.
Where they're not the number 1 team, and I thought I sent this poll out earlier, but I can't find it, and I have a mistake sometimes because we are not a humble brag here. We're Twitter Blues, so we can correct our tweets, or it takes a second to send it out. Sometimes I close it before the poll question goes out.
Right.
So I would like Taylor to send this out. If you're an Auburn fan, now bear with me here. If you're an Auburn fan, at this point, do you mind? Do you sort of want Alabama to be number 1 when they come in
absolutely.
on February the 11th?
Yeah, I'd say absolutely.
Yep. You want it to be number 1 Alabama coming to Neville Arena.
Makes it hurt more.
And it could be number 1 Alabama coming to play in Neville with the nation's longest home court win streak. I mean, it's a Saturday night. I mean, that is college game day worthy there for Reese and the guys to be there.
I maintain that it's, and listen, I could easily do this in football. I will own the fact that I can't as easily do it in basketball. I'm more of a football fan. It's got to be, this game is setting up to be the most significant regular season game these two have ever faced one another in.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's fair.
I can't think of another one.
If Alabama's number 1 in the AP poll and Auburn still has the nation's, not the conference, not the school, the nation's longest home court winning streak.
And themselves are ranked in the top 15 or top 10 by that point.
Possibly.
Yeah, and then they're colliding on one court.
Yeah, what a game.
Yeah, man, what a game.
I agree.
Have
Reese in the game there.
So let's make that a Cowan Equipment poll question as well. Do you? We should have 2 out right now. One of them is, as an Auburn fan, do you want Alabama to be number 1 when they come and play at Neville Arena? And what was the other one? It was something we did earlier. Was it about food? Was it?
Do you like candles?
Yeah. Do men like candles?
Do you ever like candles on a cold, rainy Sunday?
Somebody asked if over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room if it was Paltrow's candle.
It was not. It was the flavor is hotty toddy. Hotty toddy.
Gosh almighty, Jeff.
Yeah. So it has a little. It had a little buttery rum smell to it, to be honest with you. It was a nice smell.
It's a good Sunday.
Here's the picture everybody's killing me for right here.
Everybody's killing me.
Well, I mean, perfect Sunday afternoon. If you're in a spa.
You can't see me in the bubble bath on this side of it right there. You probably catch the reflection there. Tracy Wolfson blurred in the background there. It's from Snowy Buffalo. It was just a cold, blustery day out there.
Yeah, so I'm going to pour me a nice cab.
Yeah. It actually was a Pinot Noir. They couldn't get the Oregon Pinot Noir.
Yeah, it looks dark there.
Yeah, it was a Pinot Noir from Argentina. Pinot Noir.
From Argentina?
Yeah. I go Oregon.
Boy.
If I can't get an Oregon, I go Argentina.
Snob.
Hey,
I mean,
your dad for that one picture would disown you.
Jim, were they out of Bud heavy, son?
Oh, no, I'm gonna before trash. I'm gonna send you a picture of my dad back in his heyday. You tell me my dad did not have a good time. I'll send you a picture. This one,
I believe it.
This got unearthed over the weekend. Some pictures keep popping up. Much more coming up. Cowan Equipment, though. Tell us about our Cowan Equipment poll question.
They are proud to partner with us here on the next round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Cowan.com.
All right. Much more coming up, including trash on the table and a lot more. This is the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
One and two, Purdue and Alabama, Auburn in at 15. Between them, Tennessee is number 4, representing the SEC after historic upsets this weekend. Number 1 and number 2 going down on back-to-back days, both at home. That's what was surprising. Temple 12-9, and going on the road. If they'd beat them in Philly, that was one thing. First time in 23 years since Temple had beaten the number 1 team in the country. A lot of people, I mean, that's a long time, but a lot of people never beat it.
How many years? 7 shots. Yeah. 23 years.
23 years.
So does that go back to John Chaney?
Yeah. 2000.
Yeah. Wow.
But a lot of people don't ever beat number 1s, or it's been a long time. In 23, you don't get a lot of chances.
No,
that's right.
Yeah. John Chaney, alive or dead?
I thought he passed. Lance.
I thought he passed as well.
No, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost 100% certain. I think I remember all the.
When you go 100%, that's usually
massive heart
attack. No. I remember the people. I remember the people having the moment of silence and all that. John Chaney, he passed back in January 29th of last year.
Yeah, so just
or
last
2 years
year.
ago. 2 years ago, 2021. I'm sorry.
Or 2 years ago.
Whatever, Jim.
All right, so that's the AP poll for you Alabama fans that were waiting on that. Not number one, number two in the country, number one in Jeff Goodman's poll, and a lot of people. Number three in the Ken Palm, number three in the net. So a pretty good start to the season for 17-2 Alabama. 7-0 in the SEC. Auburn 6-1 in the SEC. UAB struggling. We've talked about that a little bit. Forrester, do you have that picture of my dad here? I sent this. Check this out. That is James Sr. there in the Honda, the red, white, and blue Honda, and riding pants there. That is, I don't know if that was motocross or enduro. They use these enduro races where they were timed to checkpoints through the woods back in the day. That is straight up 1970 something.
He looks like the Oats part of Hall & Oates.
He does, and I like the shirtless guy smoking a heater right there next to him. Looks like a kid, man.
That's Robbie, and that's Smitty, his dad, right next to him, between my dad and the shirtless guy, Robbie.
Robbie's the one smoking a heater?
Yeah, he's like a teenager right there, like he's 18.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't even know if he's old enough to smoke.
Bold prediction, dude with the beard, Suzuki, no longer with us.
Sadly, LT, the plaid shirt is the gentleman who passed away this weekend, which is how this picture was unearthed. Smitty was a great family friend.
Yes.
I do not know about the guy on the end.
Good job, Lance.
Okay, so we had a visitor up here this weekend.
We did?
Yeah. You want to see pictures?
Is that why our chairs got rearranged?
No, that's got nothing to do with the chairs. Forrester, you got a couple of pictures?
Oh, we are wearing Scott out.
Lady Bird came in studio?
Yeah, look at her. She wanted to check out the womb chair. Nobody uses it.
She has sat in it more than me.
She's on the couch. Brown won't even look. He's so disgusted a dog was up here.
Well, it does say right there on the front of the building, no pets allowed.
Yeah, she's a service dog.
What was she servicing?
There she is on the green couch.
Yeah. Tell me at some point she's sitting behind one of the microphones.
There she is. The swivel chairs up front.
French kissing Lance.
Yep.
There she is guzzling some Stella.
I mean, get a room.
Here she is pulling a beer.
Guzzling some Stella.
There she is on the Lego chair.
Yeah.
It's a full
yawning like most of our guests on the Lego chair does.
Full photo shoot.
And that's me in Dunaway's chair with a little Tampa Bay Ray, and she's eating a treat out of my mouth.
Oh.
Yeah. Eating a treat out of your mouth?
Yeah, I mean, I just had a cracker, and she takes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a good time up here, though.
The whole conversation going on behind you. All right, let's do trash. Hit it, man.
Spell it with me. W-I-N-E-R. The Texan winning big at the spelling bee. There's two N's there. Oh, did I spell it wrong?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buydown may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buydown program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buydown options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase the home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider that temporary interest rate buydown. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So this weekend this came up. Have you guys ever heard of the Ultimate World Cruise?
The UWC?
I mean,
I've not heard of it.
I brought up, I probably will never go on a cruise again. I've been on two.
But I've seen these stories. I think we've done the one on Trash where they sell all their belongings basically and just live on a cruise ship 365 days. Or I've read an article or something.
Yeah, the lady has done that where she's just pretty much retired. She says she saves that instead of paying a mortgage.
Yeah, and she just sees the world. Yeah.
So this one is from Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
It's 274 straight nights. 11 world wonders in 60-plus countries. So you're going to all 7 continents. I mean, I think it would be cool, like, if you didn't have any ties. I don't know if I'd want to be on that boat that long. Now, you're going port to port. You're getting days in cities.
Now, granted, I've got kids right now that are in school, so this is hard for me to imagine. But I just can't imagine being at a point in my life where I have absolutely zero obligations that force me to be back home.
That's right. Even if you're retired
for 274
and
straight
all
days.
the money you need, you're not going to want to be away from your kids and your grandkids.
Right.
For 274
straight days.
That's what I said. And people we were with on Saturday were like, I'd do this in a second. I think it's almost worthy of a poll question.
But they're kidless, I bet.
They are kidless. But if you so the minimum is 60,000. And that probably puts you under the boat where Jack Dawson was in Titanic.
Yeah, the old people holding hands when they died, Dunaway. That's where you're sleeping.
So I don't know what the high-end packages are, but if I would give you guys this free, 274 days, you get this free.
No, I'll pass. Thank you.
I just wonder what the percentage of our listeners.
Chad says it's the final bracket punishment. I mean, it's the very last time.
Just waving you guys off.
If the internet connects, join us for the show tomorrow.
No,
okay.
I mean, but there are ports of call, right? Like we get to stop in Venice, Italy, or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
not on the boat 274 straight days.
No.
I'm away from America 274 straight days.
But my question would be, would I gain weight or lose weight or stay the same?
Oh, you would gain weight.
Because that unlimited ice cream machine on those cruises
That's right.
is tempting to know any point I can go get a cone.
That's right.
You would lose your mind.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it.
You'd have cabin fever on day 8.
I mean, 100%. I got to have a window with I got to have a room with a balcony, a window and a balcony.
What did you look at today? The ocean.
Yeah, I mean,
what did you look at yesterday? I got a little bit of the ocean.
You know, most of the time it's nothing but water that you're looking out on.
Yeah, but I don't want to be. I want to get some fresh air. I don't want to be locked in my room all the time.
You go up on deck.
Yeah, but once I've done that 6 straight days, I'm tired of being up on deck. I'm going to want some time in my room.
I was only on the boat for 6 days. And even I went and got a workout in one morning.
I was only on the boat for 3 days and was ready to get off.
6 days, and I went. I saw, there was rumors there was a weight room and a workout area, and it was actually pretty cool. It was up near the front of the boat, a panoramic where you could look out over the ocean as you were on your
pumping iron,
your elliptical, or whatever I was on that day.
A hard pass for me, but thank you.
Yeah. So December 10th, February 11th, for those 2 months. You're doing the Ultimate Americas Cruise, which takes you all the way around America. For February 11th to May 9th, the Ultimate Asia Pacific Cruise. Then May 9th to July 10th, the Ultimate Middle East and Mediterranean Cruise. And then July 10th to September 10th is the Ultimate Europe and Beyond Cruise.
See, I think Bob's right here. This is the most STDs are in senior citizen homes now. I cannot imagine 274 days on the boat. Some of the propositions you would get at some point.
I would rather.
You would know everybody on that boat.
You would.
Yeah.
I would rather buy an RV and drive around America.
I
would too, because if you needed to, you could actually come back home.
That's right, yeah.
What's it? There's a political term, I believe, I'm now more concerned about what's inside my borders than outside my borders now. What's that term called?
Xenophobic is when you're worried about.
Yeah, well, take the phobic off. I'm not scared of it. I'm a xenocrat. I'm a guy that just wants to tour around America. I'm with you now. I don't know if I'm leaving the country ever again.
Well, I
say that, and I may book something this summer.
I know. I like what I've learned is I like being in control of my travel.
Yes.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like if I want to stop and take a piss at a Buc-ee's, I want to be able to do that.
I get that. I'm.
Put that on a T-shirt.
It would sell.
If I want to stop and take a piss.
I think the older we get,
beaver nugs.
Yeah.
The more money you should spend on travel.
What now? Say what?
I said the older we get, the more money we should spend on travel.
We should, yes. But again, I'm with Brown. There's one place I want to go in Europe, and if I don't go this year, we may not go.
Yeah.
Like Jim's hard and fast deadline. If I don't do it now, we're not doing it again. Why would you put this year on the deadline?
Maggie's got a big birthday coming up.
Well, I mean, you can go next year.
And a big anniversary for us, too.
60 years old.
Yeah, I had a big birthday last year, and I'm going this year for the first time ever.
Yeah. So, I mean, but it's a combo. I mean, days apart, and we're 50-25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean? She's 50 and she's 25?
No, 25th anniversary.
Oh, I got you.
Which is shocking, I know.
Not really. Why would that be shocking?
Because a lot of people didn't think we'd make it 25 days.
She keeps you locked up. So on January 24th, American Airlines flight attendants plan to conduct informal picketing in Boston and San Francisco. Employees have been unhappy with the time it has taken to get a new contract with the airline's rejection of the many of the changes the union has proposed, citing concerns such as more work in flight than before the pandemic, understaffing issues, and the lack of pay raises. American Airlines' response to this? telling the cabin crew they're going to be serving free chili inside the airport the same day they're picking.
And nachos.
Who's serving the chili?
Join us for chili and nachos as a small thank you for your incredible effort and performance over the holiday travel period.
As you can imagine, the employees pissed. One flight attendant asked, quote, will there be cornbread as well? Seems to me that chili's pretty cheap. Maybe you could tempt flight attendants with a salad and dessert course too. Now, the updated is American Airlines has received a lot of backlash about this. This led to them doing a different date and calling it the Employee Appreciation Date and including nachos to the menu.
I just don't know why.
We got to do one more. We got to do something else. What about the fixings? All right, we're going to do the fixings.
Yeah,
all the fixings.
I don't know why did they select those 2 food items? Like, if you're going to celebrate me, I'm not sure those are the foods you celebrate me with.
I mean, that is just one step up from giving me a bag of peanuts and one of those little wafer cookies.
Yes, we got them left over.
Just a step up from that.
Those cookies are legit, though. Yeah. Oh.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you did a pizza party, I think I'd like a pizza party better than a chili and nachos party.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's in our building, Double Down Media right now. If we said, hey, a great year, everybody, appreciation, we're going to have chili and nachos, everybody'd be like,
what really?
It's a normal, what is this, Tuesday?
Yeah,
it's a normal Tuesday.
Chili
We have better stuff on a Wednesday.
So a man survived at sea for 24 days eating nothing but ketchup, garlic powder, and seasoning cubes. Think he lost some weight?
How many days?
24.
I don't know. He looks great. 24 days?
Yeah,
that's really good.
That's Elvis Francois, by the way, 47 years old. He had the word
French Elvis.
Yeah.
The word help in English on the boat's hull when officials said that was the key to his rescue. Elvis told Colombian authorities his ordeal began when currents swept his sailboat out to sea as he was repairing it. Well, I'll tell you, when they started sweeping me out, I think I might jump off.
Yeah, boy, I'm going to let that sailboat go.
Not if you can't swim. I'm not a swimmer. I mean, at that point, you make some serious
I'm going to assume if you're on a sailboat, you know how to swim.
This is one of those things you probably need to keep more than just ketchup, garlic powder, and seasoning cubes on your boat.
Those are random items, though, that he had.
Just in case you get swept out to sea, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
What do you go for first?
I think I dig through the ketchup.
The Sopranos episode where they found that couple packets of ketchup.
Oh, that's such a funny episode, too.
That's Pine Barrens. It's one of the top 2 or 3 episodes in the whole catalog.
But at that point, you got a seasoning cube. I mean, you're making a nice little soup at that point.
Yeah, you're like a meal at the end.
Well, no, I'm with Dunaway. Like day, what was it, 24 days you said? Probably about day 16, I wish I'd spaced out a little better and had one of all of them, right? Yeah. Like, I bet I burned through the ketchup, and day 18, I'm like, I'll tell you what, some ketchup, garlic salt, and a seasoning cube together would be a lot better.
How can garlic salt? I mean, how could you
if I could just catch a little rain right now. If I could catch a little rain, I could almost have
make a broth.
Poor man's tomato soup here right now.
I mean, Tom Hanks was pretty.
He was pretty resourceful.
Well, I mean, for him to be able to jump off his raft, go underneath, and stab a spear of fish.
Yeah, I mean, I think this guy might have been a little lazy. Like, how did he never just spear a fish and then put some ketchup on that?
Floating in the water?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tom Hanks did it.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a spear, Brown.
Tom Hanks made one.
Tom Hanks was on land.
Yeah, but he made it on land.
This guy made more. He's got more stuff than Tom Hanks. You telling me he doesn't have something sharp on that boat he could use as a spear?
Tell me this guy's not the next Mick Fleetwood.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? He's got to have something sharp on his boat he could fashion into a spear.
Well, he's only 24 days in, Brown. He didn't want to go too deep on pulling things off the boat yet.
I'll go quick on this because I got shower thoughts for you guys. But
sorry.
The Toronto Zoo Wildlife is giving jilted lovers and disgruntled employees the chance to name a cockroach in honor of someone who truly bugs them this Valentine's Day. $25 is the minimum donation, and you can name a cockroach after anyone. What I thought was interesting was the end of this, where it says cockroaches play a big part in the ecosystem, helping decompose forest litter. I think I'd rather have forest litter than cockroaches, as bad as that looks.
You don't like the big ones with wings?
Well, it would define forest litter. Oh, what is it? It's not like trash, right?
I mean, litter is litter, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. Cockroaches eat anything.
Is there a chance at the Toronto Zoo there's a roach named Bill right now?
At the Toronto Zoo?
Bait in the water.
Oh,
bait in the
the
water.
story comes from.
I get it, yeah.
Bait in the water.
And finally, shower thoughts.
All right.
When a streaming service asks if you're still watching, the answers aren't really yes and no. They're yes and no response.
Well, that's a good point, yeah. Sometimes, yes, I'm still watching, but I need a minute.
Do you feel bad about yourself when that comes on? You are actually watching, like going, I've been here a while. I need to do something.
I've heard this one before. This is pretty fascinating, though. Your car keys have traveled farther than your car.
That is a great point. Yeah,
because it's always in your car, and then it walks around in your pocket.
Very good.
Thank you.
I've done it with the breakdown man.
Can't get one past you.
Good job. On the whiteboard.
For those who are just sucking ketchup packets and using seasoning cubes right now, I just want to connect the dots for you.
Do you leave yours in your car? Well, you don't park. You park outside. Yeah. You park outside too.
Maggie and leaves hers in her car in the garage. Yes,
I do too. I never take mine out of my car.
I take mine out all the time, even when I park in the garage.
If you had the front driveway, would you still park in the garage?
Oh, absolutely.
See, I just don't think the elements are bad enough.
Well, it rains all the time, and it was cold this morning.
He's also a owner, and you're a leaser. It's a big difference. You're turning yours in 1 to 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to take care of Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel is going to be around for a few
I like parking in the
months.
garage. Yeah, I like a good garage.
I thought you were giving up on Nigel.
Huh? No, I'll trade it for something else.
You gonna put him down?
No, I'm going to trade it. He's going to send him to the farm. No, I'm sending him to the farm.
Rockstar, have you ever thought about this? Billy Joel's Piano Man actually has more harmonica than piano.
It's true, and I am not a fan of that song.
You don't like that song?
No.
I cannot believe he's got his own channel now on Sirius XM.
Well, everybody's got their own show, but sometimes they're limited. But
yeah, short-lived.
I'm not a big Billy Joel fan.
I
He's on
think
tour with Stevie Nicks right now, isn't he? I think they're doing a tour together.
The piano sounds like a carnival. The microphone smells like a beer. That's good writing.
Yeah.
2022 sounds more futuristic than 2023, even though it's already passed. You guys agree?
I kind of agree, yeah.
But, true or not, was Friday the day that McFly went into the future?
I saw that. I think he went to 2020. Was it?
I think we've seen that tweet like 1,000 times. Don't people just keep changing the date on that tweet?
I wouldn't be surprised because Friday I saw that actually it was on a couple of channels. Back to the Future.
Yeah,
always on, always.
But I think that's the one that he went into the future and saw.
Yeah, Lunsford's right. I think it just gets changed for people on social media so they can send it out.
Oh, I didn't see it. Somebody I was playing golf with saw it, said something. Is that it?
Yeah, y'all were out of things to talk about on the golf course.
I was not playing well. The old second time back out, not as good as the first time. That is, but everybody at the Meadows says hi to everybody here at the next round. Hello, Meadows. They say the golf cart is rolling in at a very nice rate.
That's good.
They love the good golf cart experience for them. Hopefully, they are hoping we'll do a golf cart again in 2023 at some point.
Jennifer and Stephanie out there?
Yeah, they both were out there running the pro shop and the grill. Had a great barbecue. They do their own barbecue there.
This yesterday?
This was Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday at the Meadows in great shape. It was long.
Is this when you had to shut somebody down on Brandon Miller?
Yeah, that was when I was eating lunch. Two great Auburn fans who really loved the show and followed us when we left the radio and came here.
That's great. Hey, home values on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right, they've got the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away, always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham.
CBS should have just dumped that whole Damar Hamlin trying to show him, like, you couldn't tell that was Damar Hamlin. They kept showing
anybody.
I know. I mean, like, you can't promise me that's Damar Hamlin.
You got a production assistant. Just get in there and put a Bills jersey on.
Stand there. We can't even see it.
Yep. Too much snow. Good win for the Bengals. We'll talk more of the NFL and a little Alabama football with Will Lowery coming up at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Right now it's time to lock up those valuables.
Oh, Jimmy D, you got to keep them safe there at Nichols Outfitters, and it's a great time to do it because they got Browning and Champion safes that are in stock, 25% off. That's potentially a savings of hundreds of dollars. Safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, heirlooms, anything you hold that is valuable at Nichols Outfitters with Champion and Browning safes. 25% off right now. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Just to clear up all the Back to the Future talk, 1985 back to 1955, and in the futures and the back in time to the West, they never go further into the future than 2015, and they never go further back than 1885. So everything happened between 1885 and 2015.
I never saw 2 or 3.
We were just talking about 2 is great. I was trying to think of what's there's close between 1 and 2. 1 is the best, and 3 just it's like.
So 2 is that close to 1?
2 is really good.
2 is where he goes back to get the sports almanac from Biff, right? Yeah, I've seen that one.
Great sports almanac.
I have not seen the one where they go to the Wild West.
He goes into the future to get the sports almanac.
Yes,
back.
and
that's right. My apologies.
You see old Biff, you see old parents, old Lorraine.
Yeah,
it's good. And what's his name? Refused to be in it. Crispin Glover refused to be in it.
Yeah, he's a weirdo, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, the girl that played Jennifer, the original girlfriend, really good-looking girl there in the first one, she never did anything else,
because,
did she?
Well, the reason that she cut her, they replaced her with Elizabeth Shue in the second one because she was too much taller.
Yeah, she was taller than Michael J.
Fox.
Yeah,
because the original was Eric Stoltz was going to be Marty McFly. I'll tell you, when I saw that for the first time, though, I thought that Toyota truck at the end was so cool.
I wanted it so much.
And I thought she was like the best-looking girl in the
world.
world.
Heck yeah.
Of course, I thought his mom was pretty hot when she
Leah
was
Thompson?
younger.
I always liked Leah Thompson.
He got to make out with her.
Yeah.
She was kind of weird. She was hot in all the right moves, too. Playing that clarinet.
Leah Thompson in her prime.
Stuff.
Yeah, I was actually in his room, I think.
Leah Thompson in her prime, I was a fan. Did you ever like Maura Tierney?
Nope.
You never liked her? Not in her prime?
Nope.
Interesting.
Part of the show being brought to you by Greg Nelson, Greg in Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Why are you laughing?
Because I'm just saying the most random things, and I don't really know why. Like at the end of trash, I just started talking about CBS needed to quit showing Damar Hamlin. And I'm like, what did that even have to do with anything?
I don't know.
It doesn't. I think I've lost my mind, Jim.
We're getting used to it.
Yeah.
Brown's final thoughts coming up here in a little bit.
I'm only doing 3 hours today.
It's easy to see why Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing has a very successful company, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. They run the company. And you can call him up right on this cell number right here. This is in Greg's pocket right now, 205-542-3531. In fact, there's a chance the Next Round app is playing on this phone as I say, so you'll call and interrupt the show when you call him up. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Greg's going to give you a free no-cost inspection on your roof, no obligation there. Let you know if you have anything that needs to be repaired, worked on your roof. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? Maybe it's time to get it done again right now. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. If you're a active service person, a reservist, or a veteran, he has some special deals for you can ask him about, including some free services that he'll do just to say thank you for your service to our country. And again, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and the best warranties in the company, in the business. It is 205-542-3531 for Storm Restoration Roofing. A big get for South Carolina in football recruiting. 4-star offensive lineman Cam Pringle picks South Carolina over Clemson, Florida, and Tennessee. He's considered to be, in the upcoming 2024 recruiting cycle, the best tackle in recruiting. And he picked South Carolina over the weekend.
You know, it was not long ago they got a 5-star that was a lot of people were asking, is it the highest, and this is in the Beamer era, the highest rated player in South Carolina history, and a lot of people point out Jadeveon Clowney and I think Marcus Lattimore. He's done a really good job recruiting there, and I think, you know, he's got a lot to sell right now. This is an ascending program at South Carolina.
But they lost so much of real talent in the portal.
Yeah, which is what is so surprising. And I just wonder, again, I say this anytime this comes up, I wonder if well, I don't wonder this, I know this. What we would value is different than what a teenager would value. Like I would value an ascending program with a coach that seems like he's a player's coach. That's not what's always the most important.
Any idea if that's Byron Pringle's brother? Who played for the Chiefs, now plays for the Bears?
I do not know that.
It's an interesting name.
But in the you want to feel old department, I've got that for you right here. Chase Couch got offered. He's part of the 2024 recruiting class. Got offered by Kentucky.
Tim Couch already has a kid.
He is Tim Couch's son, who will be going into his senior year next year, will be part of the 2024 recruiting cycle in December and February of this year and next year. He plays at Lexington Christian right there in Lexington, Kentucky. But he's not a quarterback. 6'4", 230, edge rusher.
Oh, Tim Couch's kid's an edge rusher.
Yep, Chase Couch. 6'4", 230. That's what he is in college.
He must have married a tall woman.
I do not know.
Well, I mean, Tim Couch was 6'5", 6'6".
He was that tall?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I take that back. I thought Tim Couch was like 6'1". He was 6'6".
I thought he was 6'5".
Really? I never realized Tim Couch was that big.
He was not only the Kentucky high school football player of the year, but also basketball. I could be wrong on that. I always envision him as being pretty long.
Well, I got it right here on the Google that he is 6'4", Lance, 220. I never envisioned him as being that big. Yeah, so his son's his exact same size.
One more thing before the top of the hour when we talk Alabama football with Will Lowery here in just a second. New York Butcher Shop brings us a steak bet update. Tell us about New York Butcher, and I'll update us on our steak bet from this weekend.
Go see Jim and all the fine folks at the New York Butcher Shop. They're the absolute best. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
What ended up being a really fun steak bet was the total yards, the Travis Kelce and Travis Etienne. And Kelce edges him out by about 18 yards. Kelce had to have a monumental game
Doug Peterson,
to win that.
I got to say this. He got away from his offense in the fourth quarter. I mean, Etienne had 2 touches in the fourth quarter. Etienne is too much of a weapon to not get touches. And they were rotating different backs in there. Etienne is by far your best option.
Yeah, and
that cost you a fumble, by the way.
Both catching and receiving. He's such a weapon, and they didn't do that.
And they just kind of melted down the stretch. I mean, they've got the ball inside the 10. completion by Lawrence and then a fumble right there on the 3, you're going to at least get 3 out of that and make it a 7-point game. Then you manage to get the ball back, and with like 4.5 to go, and he throws that interception down the sidelines. I mean, just those 2 turnovers, boom, boom, like that. There's no way you're going to win that game.
After Will Lowery, we're going to get Rockstar to try to find Tim Couch's wife for us. Apparently, according to Chad.
Oh, no, he did.
He married a Playmate and a Price is Right girl.
Yeah.
Not 2 separate people. The girl was actually both of those.
Not shocked.
Yeah, she was one and the same. I remember that story that Tim Couch married somebody that was a Price is Right girl. I did want to quickly say, because that Jacksonville game came down to onside, and we're often asked, or at least I am, how often does it work? Did you see that stat that CBS showed?
I think it's worked twice all year.
3 out of 68 this year in the NFL, and that made it 3 out of 69.
Yeah. We'll get to that, Rockstar, after Will Lowery. Will Lowery's next. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. We're back after this quick timeout.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Well, there you go. I couldn't pick Will Lowery out of a lineup. He's about to join us in this next shot here. I mean, I knew what he looked like in a uniform. Didn't know what he looked like in person. And by the way, best
He
camera.
knows what you look like because he's been watching you since he was in his crib.
His mom and dad watch. We're about to talk a little Alabama football and college football with Will Lowery after Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag code next round is where you go, and you make that $50 deposit. You get a cash bonus. Any deposit, $50 or more, gives you a cash bonus at MyBookie.ag code next round. Now, let me tell you why that's important. A lot of people give you a cash bonus, but at MyBookie.ag, you use it one time, and it belongs to you forever, my friend. A lot of places, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times you have to use it before it's yours. Not MyBookie. No strings attached, man. Deposit bonus, you use it once, it belongs to you. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. NFL playoffs continuing, college hoops, NBA, UFC fights, also weekly blackjack tournaments. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag code next round.
All right,
Will Lowery is with us. Will, meet Jim Dunaway. Jim Dunaway, Will Lowery. It's good to put you two together finally.
Hey, I'll take that, guys. I'm just happy to get carded at the grocery store still these days when I buy wine and stuff for the house. So
congratulations!
I'll take all the young jokes I can get.
All right, so obviously you played defensive back at Alabama, and you were in that era where you played for both Jeremy Pruitt and Kirby Smart. Jeremy was your defensive backs coach. Kirby Smart, obviously, your defensive coordinator. So you've kind of had the best of both worlds at Alabama. When this defensive coordinator job opened up, your first thought was what?
Bring Pruitt back as quick as possible. Coach Pruitt and I go way back. He was actually my coach at Hoover before he went on to Alabama. He actually convinced me I was going to quit football after my 8th grade year. Going into high school at Hoover, I was still playing basketball, baseball, football, all three. And honestly, baseball was probably my best sport, but I was already kind of bored with it. Basketball was really what I wanted to play, and so I was going to give up football and focus on basketball. And Pruitt's kind of one of the ones that really convinced me to keep playing. Told me he thought I had a lot of potential and could be a really good player and everything else. And kind of hit the same thing coming out of my freshman year. Was still want to play basketball, and we had unfortunately didn't even make the playoffs in basketball that year, and they fired our whole coaching staff, and we'd just gone undefeated in football. So kind of made a little bit easier decision, but he kind of swayed me to do that. So Pruitt and I go way back, and I think the world of him, and I think he is by far and away the best hire we could make for that position at Alabama right now. I think that we honestly need him to some degree, if you're asking me. We seem to have lost our mojo a little bit, and when you've already brought up the comparison to Kirby and Georgia. I mean, it pains me to say this, but Georgia this year looked like who we used to be, kind of over the course of the years in the Saban era, when you're looking at just the total dominance really of the program and on the field and off the field, and just the whole aura around the team and the physicality they play with, the discipline they play with. And now obviously, let's add some context. Alabama was still only 2 plays away from going undefeated and going into another playoff. So, not trying to take that away from them, and certainly think that it would have been interesting to see what they could do with that extra bit of time to prep. And clearly they came really prepared to play in that bowl game. But we didn't. We lost 2 games, and there were also a few, we were a few plays away from losing a few more games too. So that could go either way. And that's the biggest thing to me. We just don't have that dominance factor that I feel like we've had, that we've grown accustomed to in the Saban era. And Georgia really, when you looked at their schedule last offseason, you kind of looked top to bottom at who they're playing, and it was like, well, they're going to get challenged one time this year, maybe with Tennessee, right? It was like there's that one game on the schedule kind of circling. They may get tested this year. That may be the game where somebody can get them. Otherwise, they'd probably run the table. Well, that one game that's kind of like, okay, that's their biggest challenge. They got a 3-touchdown lead by halftime. The game's already over. That's how I feel like it used to be for us, where we were so dominant that, every now and then when you thought we'd get tested, we would just remind everybody just how far above and beyond the other teams and programs we were. And we're not there anymore. We're really more getting challenged almost every week. It seems like we're kind of in every game. Unfortunately, we're still finding ways to win. Again, I'm not trying to sit here and act like Alabama's in the dumps. I mean, we won 10 games last year. We're a great football team. We just, like I say, kind of lost that mojo of being the absolute dominant force in college football right now. I saw where Pollock said that with Saban sitting right next to him, and everybody's giving him a lot of attention for that. Certainly interesting dynamic. Coach Saban's not sitting here right next to me, so it's easier for me to say that. But, I think if everybody's honest with themselves, everything I just said is not anything super. It's not some big revelation. It's just going to be interesting for me to see how we proceed from here. And I do think that, to answer your question, I think that Pruitt is the best answer for us to try and get back that edge, get back that dominance factor, and really figure some things out defensively to where when we're scoring 50 points a game on offense, we're not going to wonder if we're going to win the game or not.
We'll get back to Pruitt in 1 second, but I was one of those guys, and I think I'm in the major minority that Pete Golding took too much heat. I mean, this is a defense that gave up 7 or less 5 times. Really, they had one meltdown game, and that was in Neyland in the loss to Tennessee. The 31 or 32 they gave up in LSU, that was in overtime on that touchdown. So, I mean, outside of that, I thought the defense was pretty good, but I think I'm in the minority.
Yeah, I mean, look, once again, it's all relative, right? We're still a really good defense. We're a really good program. We're a really good team. And I'm not saying that Pete is the worst coach in the world. I don't know Pete personally. But what I do know, and I will say from experience, is kind of going back to what I was saying, when you compare it, when it's relative and it's being compared to where we've been as a defensive standard, we do things defensively now that when I was there, you were going to get a couple hats thrown, including Coach Saban's and Coach Pruitt's thrown at you. You're going to get verbally undressed in a pretty not nice way, to put it mildly, and very unpolitely told to step off the field for a play or two if you made some of the mistakes. And I'm talking about in a walkthrough. They make mistakes. That was kind of the outcome. If you did it when I was there in a walkthrough, they make mistakes every Saturday. It seems like that would have elicited that kind of response from when I was there. They don't hold the edge near as well. It's kind of fundamental stuff, and it's also the discipline side of things. To me, it's just not the same as what I was used to when I was there. And look, it's a different day and age. It's a different game today. I'm not saying that we're supposed to hold every team to 6 points or 7 points, like you say, and they do that a lot. But it's the details, and at the end of the day, when you got the pass rushers that we have, last year with Will Anderson, who I think was as good as any football player I've seen in my lifetime in Crimson, you would think that we would be able to have better results. And like I say, kind of those games against LSU and Tennessee that got away from us last year, I don't think we – I personally don't think that we end up in those spots if Pruitt's there, and hopefully he can add that magic sauce back to us if we're able to get him in.
We'll talk about the magic sauce in a second, but really, 5'10", you were considering giving up football for basketball? Really?
He must have had quite the handle.
I was pretty misguided, but let's be honest, that was not going to suit me well, whichever path I chose. I like to choose the path of most resistance sometimes for some reason. Or else I would have stuck with baseball, right?
Yeah. But in all seriousness, there is a legitimate debate between whether Jeremy Pruitt or Kirby Smart was the best defensive coordinator during Saban's time in Tuscaloosa. That's a real debate you can sit and have with people. And the reason I believe people really like Jeremy Pruitt compared to Kirby is that he was a little bit more aggressive with his call, maybe blitzed a little bit more, not afraid to take a few more chances. As a guy who knows defensive football, and I know none of it, is that a true statement when you go back to Kirby calling defenses and watching Jeremy in his days as a defensive coordinator when he came back to Tuscaloosa? Was Jeremy more balls to the wall?
So I did not get to play under Pruitt when he was the defensive coordinator at Alabama. So I don't have the perfect.
Yeah, but you watched the game. You watched the games. You watched the games.
I did. But I do think that in general, Pruitt is a more aggressive person. Yes, I think that Pruitt takes more risks, and I think that he is calculated with those risks. I'm not saying he's reckless, but he is not scared when he sees weaknesses in the other in the opponent. He is not scared to pull the triggers, and if that means leaving your back and exposed a little more often than not, or getting unconventional and coming about it different ways, he is not at all scared to pull those triggers. He is a guy that processes offense very well, and personnel and breaking down film, understands where offenses can be attacked and where they can, where you can get them. And he's very good at designing scheme around getting to those points and levers in the games. And I think that Pruitt also does a really good job of kind of just bringing his own personal twist to things. And look, Kirby's done a great job. I think he's an incredible football coach. I had no doubt in my mind he was going to do well at Georgia. I think I said it. I don't know if it was with you guys or somebody there before the national championship. At some point he's going to beat Alabama, whether it be in the national championship game or next year or down the road. He's going to get over that hump and beat Alabama at some point. And lo and behold, he did in the national championship game. And what he's built in Georgia is incredible. I mean, he has really built a machine there. But, I mean, even Saban said, I think when I was watching the halftime of the national championship, and they were like, what do you think Kirby's in there saying to his team right now? And he was like, well, he's in there going, guys, don't look at the scoreboard. There's no score. There's this and that. He kind of rattled off for like 10 seconds. And then he goes, yeah, he's saying all those things that I used to say. That's how I know what he's saying, right? So I think that Kirby's done a great job of really replicating exactly what we've got at Alabama. No doubt he's added his own personal twist to it. But by and large, he learned everything he's got from Saban and kind of replicated that program. I think that Pruitt brings a little bit more of a different personal flair to it and his own flavor to the schemes and the ideas that Coach Saban already brings. I think he just complements Coach Saban really well and brings another element of ideas to Saban as well. And so those two defensive minds together, I think, just really play well off of each other. Yeah, I would say he's a little bit more aggressive in general from my understanding of him. And like I say, just really think he's the best guy for the job for a whole bunch of reasons.
And just to go off of what you were just saying, I wanted to ask you, do you feel like, and you said on our show, it's one of our famous quotes since we started this platform, is you didn't know what Nick Saban would be telling those guys in the locker room pregame because you didn't play for this Nick Saban. He has changed a lot since your playing days. Do you think he still has the stomach for that aggressive of a defensive play caller, or is he more conservative by nature now, both offensively and defensively?
I certainly think he is. I don't think he's gotten so conservative. I don't think that's the problem, that he's too conservative. I think that he just, like I say, I think that the whole program and his kind of inner circle, if you will, around him doesn't have quite the same individuals and coaches involved that I recall from when I was there. And I think that Pruitt just adds that element back that, like I said, they can kind of complement each other with the way that they can break down film and the things that they bring together. So I don't think it's necessarily that he's gotten too conservative, but he's certainly a different coach. It's a different time. And look, I mean, on that note, I mean, how old is Coach Saban? He's in his 70s, right?
71.
Is he 70?
71. Yeah, 71. Yeah.
71. 70, just turned 71. So, I mean, we're sitting here making age jokes, but that's certainly not, young and spry. So I think that as he continues to get into these latter stages of his career, I think it's even more and more important for the folks and the guys and the coaches and the staff and his inner circle, and that he's really relying on, that you've got to have those rock solid quality guys that can help really sustain that level and that energy that he brings and demands. And Pruitt certainly got that. I mean, that guy wants to win more than anybody. And I'm not talking about on Saturdays. I'm talking about during the week in practice. I'm talking about every rep, every weight room rep. I mean, that guy wants to win. I mean, he is a seriously fierce competitor. He hates to lose. And that's been evident to me since the day I met him. And if you don't know it, you best get out of the way if you can't keep up with it, because he's coming to win wherever he's at, whatever he's coaching. And that's infectious. I mean, he has a way of connecting with his players and that kind of permeating to his position group and his defense. And, similar to Saban, I think that Pruitt really is kind of, this is really his calling. What I used to say years ago when I was first getting out and his name really first started to get mentioned about head coaching, I told some people, I was like, I don't really know if that's interesting to Coach Pruitt. I think that he truly thrives more in the coordinator role of being able to truly mentor young men and scheme a defense, as opposed to be a head coach, which is more being a general manager. Honestly, at the end of the day, when you're in college football head coaching, you're managing your staff, you're managing compliance, you're managing players' discipline and going to class, you're managing recruiting. You got so many different aspects of the program that you're trying to juggle. You're more of a general manager, and Pruitt really thrives at that true scheme level and being able to dive in and connect with his players and build a defense and go be successful every season. That's really what he thrives in. What I'm big on the motivational speakers. One thing I've heard many times before is find your dance floor. Kind of find where you can best express the gifts that you have and your abilities. And to me, that's Pruitt's dance floor is coaching football, coaching defensive football, specifically at Alabama. He's an Alabama guy.
Former Alabama defensive back Will Lowery with us for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And I don't know, you and Coach Pruitt go a long way back. Don't know how much you're talking to him, and I don't know that this has come up. But in the event you've asked him and it has come up and you're able to share it, does he feel like he's getting a fair look right now, or are there people that are trying to block this because of the situation that was behind him there at Tennessee?
I really don't know. I try and talk to all the coaches and some old teammates and stuff that are, I still keep up with. He's one of them. He's never been one of many words. I mean, the guy at the end of the day, like I say, that's what he likes to do is coach football, So I can't, I don't know if he feels like he's not getting a fair shake. But I do feel like, I know that he's got a lot left to offer. And to me, when you look at what happened in Tennessee, I think it's pretty unfortunate what happened in Tennessee, and I think he got a raw deal. I think that a lot of the stuff that he got pinned on him was already going on at Tennessee, and they kind of used him as the fall guy, didn't want to pay his buyout, whatever else. Fine with me, just gives me more reason to hate Tennessee like I have my whole life. It was weird when he was there, and I had to kind of, a lot of coaches I was close with were coaching there, and that was a very weird feeling. But I feel like he got a raw end of the deal in Tennessee, and regardless, I mean, when you look at what he got in trouble for, the program got in trouble for, at the end of the day, all that stuff's essentially legal now, right? I mean, I don't plan to know all the nuances of NIL and paying players and all that, but I know there's a crap load, a lot more money going to these players in Tuscaloosa and the other schools than got, it's a totally different game. They're basically professional athletes for all intents and purposes. So what he got in trouble for is now pretty much legal. How is the NCAA or the SEC or whoever going to bring down the death penalty on somebody for stuff that's really not even, out of the rules now? So at some point, whether that's now or later, with my understanding, I don't believe he's gotten any kind of show calls or anything like that from the NCAA. But at some point he's going to be a coach again. You know what I mean? Whether that's at Alabama or somewhere else, he's going to get another shot. And whatever school gets him is going to be getting the best defensive coordinator in college football, in my opinion. So I really hope that's Alabama. I would surely think at this point, his name seems to make the most sense of anywhere, so I would certainly think they're doing their due diligence and giving him a fair shake as much as can be given to him, I would think and hope.
Hey, before we let you roll, what was the worst verbal undressing you ever got when you played at Alabama, and who was it from?
Let me think about that. One of the worst ones I ever got was from Coach Pruitt. Gave me a bunch, but most of the ones he gave me were in high school, and I used to just go cry in the locker room afterwards or something like that. But when I was at Alabama, he had already toughened me up a little bit, I guess, and I got a few. I think there were 3 that I can recall vividly remembering. One of those was actually it was a spring going into my junior year. It was kind of when I was basically going from scout team guy, not playing at all, to getting in the rotation. And so, I'm kind of in this just like overload of, kind of learning the finer nuances to the defense where I'm actually playing it and stuff like that. And we're in an install in spring practice and go through the install, for 2 hours, basically the playbook that's 2 inches thick, trying to figure out what I'm doing at free safety. And then right when we break position meetings and we're going to go out on the field and Saban, Coach Saban turns around and goes, "Hey, Lowery, you're going to play some money today too, all right?" And I'm like, well, that'd have been nice to know 2 hours ago. So I could have been prepared a little bit for money. So it took me about a snap and a half, I think, to just totally screw up. And that continued a few times. And I think he cussed me so hard and kicked me back over to the 3s and 4s practice field before we got out of the first walkthrough period. I don't recall the exact verbiage, but you can guess most of it. That one wasn't real fun.
All right, he is Will Lowery, as many of you have pointed out, former Alabama player with an Auburn degree over his right shoulder. So always attentive chat room. Notice that right away, Will.
Yeah, there's the Alabama one. There you go.
Okay.
I got my master's in real estate development, and I swear when I filled out the application, I put like the dark blue surrounding, but for some reason I get the really big frame with the bright blue. Yeah, unmistakable there, but what can you do?
Yeah. It is noted that Auburn's degree looks larger than the Alabama degree on your wall there.
Wow. Graduate school, bigger degrees. All right, Will, thank you for the time, man. Great insight. We always love our chats with you, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, guys. Enjoy you guys. Thank you very much.
All right, buddy. Take care. Will Lowery with us, former Hoover Buck, Alabama standout, and played for, as a position coach, Jeremy Pruitt, while Kirby Smart was the defensive coordinator. So good insight there on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, so it does feel like a lot of people are starting to come to Jeremy Pruitt's defense. When we come back, I want to ask the question to you guys. Do you feel like there is real traction to Jeremy Pruitt in Tuscaloosa, or is there a roadblock up there? Part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B, LT's hair guy, who has his hair growing at an unbelievable rate. The only thing growing faster than Joe Burrow's playoff reputation right now is LT's hair.
There we go, Dunaway. Hey, look, unfortunately, the older we get, you start to see a little hair loss. And if it's happening to you or a friend of yours, be preemptive. Go see our friend Dr. Beckenstein. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. B was the guy to go see. My hair already 14% thicker, started that second phase, significant growth already. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Back Back with you on the next round. We'll talk a little bit more Alabama football here in just a second and recircle back to the basketball wins from Alabama and Auburn this weekend. LT's got 4 downs a little bit later on this segment, but part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Did you guys get a new bottle to take home?
I did not.
I didn't either. Did we get a shipment dropped off
We
yet?
had multiple people that were going to drop by Friday, and something happened. So
all right, good.
We'll get it worked out.
I still had a little bit left in the last bottle of Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila to enjoy a nice little Saturday at the golf course ranch water, Brownie. Took one. Didn't drink it on the road, obviously, but I had it in my bag when I got there. Don't tell the folks in the Meadows.
Wow, Jim, you're sneaking alcohol into the course.
It was the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila.
Aren't you the one that won't sneak in?
That's him. Yeah, movie theater concessions.
I bought lunch and I bought 3 Bud Lights.
Yeah, he did his part.
But I did sip a little bit on a little bit of a ranch water.
We all draw our lines.
Yeah, we all cross them sometimes. Can you self-incriminate yourself during a live
You just did that. Yeah, you need to plead the fifth.
Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Good enough to make you take money out of your friends' pockets right there. The world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, a blend of extra añejo, and the reposado tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel and double filter to remove color, while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. All right, so the question on the table is this. Do we feel like there is a path to Jeremy Pruitt being the defensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa, or is there too many obstacles to overcome, too many people standing in the way? Is there doors shut? What think you guys?
Well, I mean, I think the theory, Lance, the working theory would be that the Southeastern Conference, because the unsettled nature of this Tennessee situation, the fact that the door has not been completely closed, that much in the same way it was believed and actually reported by AL.com that they were blocking a Hugh Freeze hire until the Ole Miss stuff was officially closed. They are doing the same for Pruitt in Tennessee. Would not surprise me, because I believe, even though Hugh Freeze tried to downplay it the day he was introduced at Auburn, I believe that was the case.
No, I do
with
too.
him, and I think there's a chance it's the case with Pruitt right now.
I think it probably is. I'm going to assume Nick Saban would love to have Jeremy Pruitt back. I think ultimately, this is a move that can happen. I mean, when you start to look around, you mentioned Hugh Freeze. DJ Durkin is back in the SEC. And, as Will Lowery said, what was alleged at Tennessee, a lot of that stuff is legal now.
Yeah, and look, I think I'm not always comfortable with that argument because it wasn't legal when you did it. I know it's legal now, so it does seem to minimize it some. But it wasn't legal when you did it, and there are repercussions to that. And
I get it, but like somebody that sold a dime bag of weed in 10 years, I think things make more sense. I'm not going to say the NCAA. Take that back. No.
Yeah,
but got deep in that one. Couldn't figure out where you're going, right?
But here would be my case, Brown. We're going to hire the guy. And when you guys come up with the penalties, whenever y'all do, because it takes you guys forever.
Yeah.
When you guys come up with the penalties, we will abide by those penalties. We're going to hire the guy, and if you say he can't recruit for 3 years, then he can't recruit for 3 years. If you say he's got to be suspended for 6 games, he'll be suspended for 6 games. I saw you guys give a national championship trophy to a guy who was admitted cheating in college basketball.
Right,
So when you decide to come back around and penalize this guy, we'll abide by the penalties, but until then, we're going to hire the guy.
But my understanding of the whole Hugh Freeze situation was Greg Sankey's stance was we can't very well have a guy coaching at another conference school while Ole Miss is still digging out of that hole, right? And now that Ole Miss is done clearly digging out of the hole, they've moved on. Lane Kiffin's had success there. It's not a problem anymore. I guess the argument would be is Tennessee's not digging out of a hole. Tennessee had one of the best teams they've had in 2 decades this year. But we don't know if a hole's still going to be dug, right? That's the problem there. And I don't think it's likely at all the NCAA comes back to Tennessee and shuts them down any more than they would anybody else. I think it probably is a slap on the wrist and they move on. But if Jeremy Pruitt's defensive coordinator for national champion Alabama and Tennessee all of a sudden has 3 years probation because of him, I could see where Greg Sankey's like, that's not a great look for us.
Yeah, and back to your point, Dunaway, if you're like, we're going to go on and hire this guy, and when you guys figure out the punishment, I mean, really wonder if it is you can't recruit.
Yeah, well, that's fine. We don't want him to recruit. We want him to coach.
Yeah, and if he can't recruit, you can get around that. It doesn't have to be, my understanding of the rule, doesn't have to be an on-field coach out recruiting. Like, you could hand that off to one of the analyst or football ops guys, and Alabama's got a ton of those. They can go out and recruit instead of Pruitt.
Or you just got one man down on the road.
And I'll tie these together. When Auburn hired Bruce Pearl, he still couldn't leave campus for, I think it was 9 months. Am I right about that? Or 6 more months?
It was a period of time.
It was a period of time. But either way, Auburn looked at that and they're like, that is well worth the risk.
So what? Exactly right.
We'll figure out a way around this to get a Bruce Pearl. And I do think Jeremy Pruitt has been proven to be the level that Alabama would be willing to do that.
Yeah, and but also, while you're mentioning Bruce Pearl, how many NCAA problems has he had since, right? Zero, right? As far as Bruce Pearl's concerned, it was one of his assistants that got caught up in everything else that happened in college basketball.
And a lot of people would say that was Pearl, but I mean,
Bruce has been a good citizen, and a lot of people would expect Jeremy Pruitt to be good because Bruce is in a better situation when it comes to compliance right now. They have a better compliance department in place right now than they have in the past. And you would say Alabama's got a better compliance department than they had in the past. At least that's what you would tell the NCAA.
And, back to something Will Lowery said, that he was surprised that Jeremy Pruitt ever wanted to take a head coaching job. He seemed like a guy that was very content in his role. He comes back to Alabama. You could see him work this out with Nick Saban, at least till Nick Saban's done.
To be the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But you're not talking about him coming back and ascending to head coach.
No. What I'm saying is I think he would be content not trying to parlay this into another job.
Yeah, I mean, you could see this being his last job.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I think the Nick Saban rehab factory has rehabbed a lot of guys' image. So I think they could rehab him to the point where he's hireable again. I do believe that once this gets all settled out, if he goes and coaches well at Alabama, that he could be hireable again.
Let's do the 4 downs today, because in the next segment we want to talk about the Cowboys, the phrase America's team, and should it be stripped from the record books as America's team? Should it be just something that they talk about on old NFL films? Back in the 70s, they were known as America's team. But right now, it is Vulcan Tires. They bring you 4 downs, 5 locations.
5 locations. Sister-in-law got 4 new tires last week. Sent one of our tenants over on Saturday. Got their car serviced. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. 5 locations, including the newest in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Better story, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
It's Brock Purdy if they go on and win it all. Absolutely. Whichever one of these that make it to the Super Bowl, that's the best story. So it's winner take all for the best story.
But what would be the better story?
I think Purdy. I mean, at least Hurts was drafted, what, 3rd round?
Something like that.
I mean, when you draft a guy 3rd round, you think he's got a shot. When you draft a guy with the last pick of the draft, you're like, we got to pick somebody. It's our pick.
Yeah. When one guy played at Alabama and Oklahoma, it's not like he was he was a big time recruit, and he played at those 2 places. The other guy played 4 years at Iowa State.
I know, but he was recruited by Bama.
Yeah.
But I agree with you guys. I mean, to go from Mr. Irrelevant within a calendar year to possibly go by that time 9-0 as a starting quarterback and win a Super Bowl?
I don't know about you guys. I'm never watching the 7th round of the NFL draft.
No.
But I always envision the 7th round of the NFL draft. Everybody's already closed their computer screens. Yeah. We're up. We're drinking.
They're over there like, seriously, like, where do you guys want to go to dinner?
Yeah.
Is it our pick? Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, I know. We got to pick somebody.
I know Brock Purdy wasn't selected, and I remember watching him.
I know. I mean, that's the way
somebody to throw passes in camp.
Like, I think in the 7th round, they're pulling for guys to fall to free agency, so they don't even have to pick them. They can just do a free agent, and Purdy might have been that guy for something.
That's right. And a lot of agents actually tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
It's better for you to be an undrafted free agent so we can pick the best situation for you than to be drafted by a team that you're not going to make in the 7th round. I've heard that.
Purdy's agent was probably saying the same thing, right?
Yeah, this will be better. Don't get picked here, and we'll just pick a place you can play.
Probably would have gone to like Kansas City. Normally it's regional.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but real quickly, the fact that Purdy is successful is a testament to Shanahan and John Lynch, the whole roster they built there.
Oh.
It is an amazing franchise.
And Shanahan's just an elite offensive coach.
But
that's all there is to it.
He is. But give credit to Lynch and what he has done for D'Amico Ryans and that they put together a massive amount of talent, and they all play a role, man. They fit together good.
No, they do. But, again, they've had their opportunities. They blew the lead last year against the Rams in the NFC Championship, blew a double-digit lead against Kansas City in the Super Bowl 3 years ago. And this is an organization, we're about to make fun of Dallas here in a minute. Dallas has won one since San Francisco has.
Wow.
It's been a long time.
That has been.
Second down.
Okay, bigger concern next weekend, Brock Purdy's inexperience or Pat Mahomes' ankle?
It's got to be Pat Mahomes' ankle. Now, you think he was playing it up a little bit, but there was a legit injury there. Adrenaline, what is it, Toradol, all that can get you through a game. But now you've got a week where that thing can stiffen up. You're limited as to what you can do.
Tony Romo said he's probably going to be on crutches until Wednesday.
Yeah, probably in the walking boot because you don't want it stepped on maybe on crutches. I mean, that's a huge concern. And you're playing a team that I don't think fears any road stadium in football. Yeah. I don't think Cincinnati looks at any road stadium like, oh my God, we got to go there.
Yeah, even the Super Bowl, they played on the road. I mean, they played at SoFi.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is a road team. They are road tough.
Yeah. But the team they're playing, Kansas City playing Cincinnati, they own them right now. They've won 3 straight against them. And for Mahomes, so much of the – because their receivers are not better than a lot of people's receivers. Kelce is better.
The Bengals have much better receivers.
But it's Mahomes' ability to run out the back door, to create things with his legs, to extend plays, to run those receivers open that makes everything go. If he can't be mobile, then I think Brown tweeted, what tells you that Chad Henne is not better than Mahomes on one leg?
That was tongue-in-cheek, by the way, because Henne had just led a drive, and I'm like, maybe he's better than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but then Mahomes on one leg, maybe
I know,
he is.
maybe he is.
Brought up Romo. Is that Romo in the Michelob Ultra commercial as Carl Spackler?
I don't know the commercial you're talking
about. I think it is. I saw that commercial.
He's the Corona guy. Remember, he's the Corona.
Oh, yeah.
It could be, though.
But it looked like
I thought it was him. I thought this was going to be a cute
awful
promotion.
Spackler.
Yeah.
Third down.
Okay, better chance of being in the same position next September, Mike McCarthy or Bill O'Brien?
Oh, I think it's Mike McCarthy. I think O'Brien is going from Alabama no matter what, in my opinion. No, not reporting that. I'm just saying, in my opinion, he's going from Alabama no matter what.
I would agree. I agree with that. There's a better chance Mike McCarthy's back at Dallas. Brown, I think you mentioned it earlier. What if they get Aaron Rodgers? What if all of a sudden there's something worked out where you get Aaron Rodgers to be with McCarthy one more time with the star, make a run with Aaron Rodgers? I don't know what all would have to happen or whatever you do.
I think if I was Green Bay, if you gave me a number one, depending on where that is, and Dak.
I might consider that,
I think I would.
What if I just give you Dak?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think Rodgers isn't playing at all, if Rodgers convinces you he's not playing at all,
you're not getting anything.
You may as well get something out of it. Yeah.
Fourth down.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Oh, I loved her.
I was a fan.
9 years old today. Better career.
Same
her
age as my wife.
Or Carmen Electra.
Oh, I would go Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Yeah, I liked her better than.
Yeah,
I liked her better, but I'm just asking, who do you think had the overall better
She's
career?
married to Dave Navarro. She was in Singled Out. She replaced Jenny McCarthy. She was in the first Scary Movie.
Random show my wife and I watched was Titans. I think it was on ABC, and she was the female lead in that. It lasted like 6 episodes.
She also was in Baywatch, was she not?
She's one of those that got.
Carmen Electra, yeah.
I don't know what she looks like now, but she got better looking with age.
Yeah, give me 90210 Kimberly Amber though.
Yeah,
Tiffany.
She was better after that. She
was better after that.
Oh yeah, she was in some show with Bill Bellamy and some other dude.
Not when she was running the Peach Pit.
I mean, she was strong then, but the show after was the one where she really hit it.
I mean, who was she your favorite in Saved by the Bell?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's strong.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there. A lot of jaw. I mean, there's a lot of jaw. You have to. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you got to be okay with a lot of jaw.
That's why. I mean, that's after.
I got this girl, but she got a lot of jaw.
Am I wrong?
Okay
no. But that's why 90210, because she was had a little bit more weight on her in 90210.
Yeah, I think that might be too skinny.
Yeah, go back out. I don't think that's too skinny.
Yeah, I'm with Dono. See, I would go
down when she's got the cleavage showing. That's where she's a little thicker.
Yeah.
No, I'll just say she's a little thicker there.
No, one more over.
Almost
right
Monica
there. That's what he's talking
Lewinsky-like.
Yeah, that might be too much in the other direction.
That's her now.
All right, go back, Rockstar. Go back. I'll tell you the one to pick.
No,
just
do this.
Hang on, I got the next one.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen
red tank
swimsuit.
top. No, red tank top. Red tank top.
Good. That's good.
There you go.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, that's 90210.
Primo.
But do swimsuit real quick. You don't even have to put it on the air, but just to stir up some memories. This is one of the early when Jim first got the internet and had to dial up. It's one of the first things he went to.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen swimsuit.
Yeah.
Which one?
It's gonna be not anytime soon.
Pieces.
Keep going down. That's more recent. It's got to be on there still. It was one of the most searched things back in the day. Dial up. No.
Dunaway knows exactly what the trees
Dunaway knows what he's looking for, Rockstar.
Nope. Can you not go faster? Nope. Should be rocks and waves clashing? Nope. Okay.
Jesus,
it's been removed off the internet.
I'll believe you.
How much screen time do you spend on that one?
You can't show that one. No. Don't show that one. Don't show that. The stars are there for a reason.
Well, there's stars there.
Yeah,
is that the one you're talking
there.
about, though?
No. But she's on a swimsuit there.
Well, just Scott doesn't have to put it on. Rockstar just
is she shipwrecked without a bra?
You know what? I forgot.
I don't see them water clashing with them rocks.
You think any pirates would save her?
I thought Tiffany Amber Thiessen. I'm just going to say this: Tiffany Amber Thiessen looked like a girl you might go to high school with. Carmen Electra never did. She looked fake to me.
Yeah, no, I could see that.
Yeah,
Tiffany Amber Thiessen was also the bad girl in what was that terrible movie with Pauly Shore?
Son-in-Law.
Yeah, Son-in-Law.
It was a good movie, man.
Yeah,
I like that movie.
Yeah, Carmen Electra. I'm not saying she's not a good-looking girl, but she just always looked very, very fake to me. Tiffany Amber Thiessen looked like somebody you go to high school with.
One was Hollywood and one was not.
One was hometown.
And it'd be tough to hang out after Dennis Rodman too.
Oh yeah,
Carmen Electra
going on there.
Baywatch. So do we have a Baywatch?
Always goes back to swimsuits. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No.
What about water crashing on rocks?
Waterfall Rockstar.
I mean, there's nothing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Jimmy
No, that's
D.
when she was her best.
Yeah, that is peak Carmen Electra. I would agree completely.
And she was saving lives.
That's right. She got to swim.
She do a service.
Hats off to first responders everywhere.
I'll be honest, I've seen a lot of lifeguards.
You never seen one look like Carmen Electra?
Yeah. That is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated, just incredible guys. Anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family. 5 locations, including the newest in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Should we bury the phrase America's team? We talk about that next, right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Our friends at Hemp Hill Services brings us this conversation about the Cowboys. If things are not running hot or running cold the way they're supposed to with your heating or your cooling, or if your plumbing's backed up, our friends at Hemp Hill will take care of you. Adam and Chad have been doing that under the name Hemp Hill. Since 1954, Hemp Hill Services has been the name Birmingham has trusted for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. And you can get that wonderful quality service from a great American company at Hemp Hill. 205-229-2090. 229-2090. Or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Getting on the elevator with somebody the other day said they had a little problem. I said, I hope you called Hemp Hill. And they said, we did. We listened. So you can too. 205-229-2090. Or just remember the name Hemp Hill Services. All right. And you told me something. The 49ers haven't won one since the Cowboys have won a Super Bowl since the 49ers. Cowboy fans, the American, the whole image of the Cowboys. Do they need to be stripped of all this? Where are the Cowboys right now, in your opinion?
I mean, it just seems like an organization. They've been really good. I mean, back-to-back 12-win seasons. They just can't get over that hump. Can't even get to an NFC Championship game.
Forget the AFC. Give me franchises you think are better than them in the NFC.
In the NFC, I still think the Rams are a better franchise. I know that sounds weird because the Rams missed the playoffs, and it's really unfortunate when you look at last year's championship games. 3 of the 4 participants are back. The Rams are the only team that aren't, and they're the team that didn't even make the postseason. But I think the Rams are.
I would got to say 49ers are better.
I think the 49ers are, but I think you may have to stop there. I don't think you can.
I think the Eagles are.
You say that, but I mean, were they last? They weren't a better team than the Cowboys last year.
They were in the postseason.
They were.
Well, I'm
not
talking about
destroyed by Tampa.
Now.
I know you're not, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you. I guess Philadelphia has won a Super Bowl in the not too distant past. So yeah, I guess I'd put Philadelphia.
I would put Minnesota equal with Dallas.
They've accomplished about the same over the last decade. Which is to say, underwhelmed.
Yeah, but you just can't go by the records because the Buccaneers have won 2 Super Bowls with 2 different coaches and rosters and everything since the Cowboys have won one, and we're not a better organization than the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think Green Bay is close.
I would say Green Bay is close. Yeah,
and
same level.
Since 12 in a decade.
I mean, Seattle has been. I think it's kind of on a bit of a decline, but they just made the postseason.
They still find ways to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. To me, the 49ers are the best franchise in the NFL.
I agree. Oh, in the NFL?
No, NFC.
NFC, okay, NFC, yeah.
Yeah, I would say KC's probably
it in the NFL.
KC in the AFC, yeah.
Did you see how young the Hunt family is, by the way?
I did. He's got a daughter that likes Instagram.
I bet they have fun.
And she'll inherit the whole thing, by the way. She's
the heir.
Yeah.
The heiress.
Not to sound like the Royals. But she is in line to be the queen here pretty soon.
You want me to explain to you why
I couldn't become a Chiefs fan.
Why?
No, I'm saying I couldn't give up the Rams even for.
If you married that girl,
be tough.
Bull.
You could too.
It'd be tough.
Bull.
Rockstar,
pull up a photo. I'm sorry to do this to
I've
you.
Seen
so
her.
Yeah, I don't know. What
I think
Hunt's,
the Bucks owner's daughter is better looking.
Lamar Hunt's granddaughter.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, or Chief's heiress.
What? I mean, there you go, Lamar Hunt granddaughter. What do you think her net worth is?
Yeah.
Third one over.
You don't have to click on one.
And the snow, man. She better watch out for frostbite.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a billionaire.
Yeah.
Boy, it'd be tough to give up the Rams, though.
No, it wouldn't. Not for that. For $1 billion, and I mean, she supports her team in all climates.
I don't think there's any water. Why is she wearing a bikini? She waiting for that
Once
snow
that
to
snow
melt?
melts, there'll be water. Yeah, Lance, I think you can find your way around.
Nasty buzzard, nasty steak.
I mean, Rams got you a Super Bowl, Lance.
I want a shirt, but could you put like a ship on it, like a pirate ship?
I promise you, LT will be sitting there going,
Real quick, you know why they're still America's team?
The Cowboys?
Yeah, you know why they're still America's
so
team?
many fans.
They trademarked the phrase.
Well, they did, but do you know why it's still legitimate? Let me just
because
say this.
people watch them.
5 most watched NFL games of the 2022 regular season.
3 of them are Cowboys?
4 of them.
Wow.
Giants-Cowboys Thanksgiving Day is number 1. Cowboys-Giants Week 10 is number 3. Eagles-Cowboys Week 16 is number 4. Cowboys-Giants Week 11 is number 5.
Yeah.
Only one game in the top 5 did not include Dallas.
Do you guys know any, big-time Cowboy fans?
Yeah.
I
do.
really don't.
Verno, and great picture of Verno's dad, him and his son sad after the loss yesterday. Verno is one.
I would have thought I knew more.
I
know
know
more
a few.
Steelers
It's not like I
fans.
know a ton.
I used to know a bunch when I was little. Everybody was a Cowboys fan when I was little. Everybody. Cowboys.
Cowboys or Steelers.
Yeah.
And then it became 49ers or Green Bay.
Yeah. It does change. Whoever's hot. By the way, a couple of NFL notes. Both Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter says insiders with the Buccaneers say they do want Tom Brady back and that they think there is a path to getting him back. I'm not sure if I want him back, and I don't think there's a path to getting him back.
I
You
wouldn't
agree?
want him back.
Las Vegas, San Francisco, and Tennessee being mentioned. D'Amico Ryans interviewed with Denver and Houston, canceled his interviews with Arizona and Indianapolis, was supposed to continue that today with them. Joe Brady, quarterback coach at Buffalo, is being mentioned possibly as the offensive coordinator with the New York Jets. And Pat Mahomes officially a high ankle sprain, and we will see what he is able to do this week. Daniel Jones, free agent. Do you re-sign him if you're the Giants?
Yeah, I think you got to.
I think you got to.
Yeah. I think he's earned it.
Yep. I mean, I think I watched that Minnesota game, and I was like, there's playoff Daniel Jones. That's pretty good.
Well, we'll end the show with some thoughts on some college basketball. Odie's brings you great fun every Wednesday night with Trivia Night, our friends at Odie's.
Yep, and it's only 2 nights away every single Wednesday, but you can just get in there and enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis. The delicious burgers, award-winning wings, incredible sandwiches like that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Back with you on the Next Round. We talked about Auburn being up to 15, Alabama up to 2 in the AP poll earlier. Auburn gets Texas A&M at home Wednesday. Bama back with Mississippi State. But back for Alabama's Namari Burnett. Here is Nate Oats talking about getting their best defender back earlier than expected.
You know, I didn't anticipate him being great after being out as long as he did, but I wanted to get him some minutes. You know, we got him a little bit. I mean, he wasn't supposed to be back for at least another week. So, to me, any minutes we can get him right now, he's going to play hard. He's going to be great on defense. You know, he got the one layup. You know, I mean, this was a decent game to get him going. We got out in transition a little bit, but I anticipate him getting back pretty quick. I mean, he's a hard-playing kid that is going to be great for us on defense. He makes open shots. He's going to be another guy where if Sears or Brandon are struggling, he can make open shots, kind of like Ryland did for us tonight.
Yeah, fantastic. Another addition for this team.
And it could have been entirely coincidental. I don't think it was, but the first 2 games after he was injured were the 2 worst defensive games Alabama's had all season. Now, they've straightened a lot of that out, but I don't think it was coincidental that he left and you immediately hit the skids defensively.
Final 60 seconds of the show here. I want to tell you about Daniel Jeremiah's first mock draft. He dropped that Friday after our show. He's got Jalen Carter going number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears, Bryce Young second to Houston, Will Anderson third to Arizona, Will Levis fourth to Indianapolis. Even our guy Daniel Jeremiah has Will Levis as a top 5 guy. What is amazing about this, he doesn't have C.J. Stroud going until number 9 in Carolina.
I don't get it.
Levis in front of Stroud. Look, DJ, I think is going to be on the show this week. So save your Will Levis question for him. But that is baffling to me that he would have him 4th in front of C.J. Stroud. And look, DJ knows what he's doing here. That tells me that DJ's talked to people inside that organization that like Will Levis more than Stroud.
Brian Branch, 14th overall to the New England Patriots, by the way. Another Alabama guy that, you know, Bill Belichick would be very familiar with up in New England. 12 SEC folks in the first round of Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. Still time to get to April in Kansas City.
That's right.
Union Station is where they'll be for the draft this year. And they said in the broadcast, Jim Nant says some locals are calling it the biggest sporting event in Kansas City's history.
We've hosted AFC Championship games.
Yeah, and the Kansas City Royals World Series.
Yeah, seems like a bit of an overstatement.
Whatever Nance wants to say, that's what he said. We are back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time with a live show on Tuesday. Don't forget replays everywhere. Thanks for watching us on all of our video platforms. And don't forget your podcasts, wherever you get those, or tune in live anytime on iHeart and TuneIn Radio. Thank you guys so much for being with us. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.